Good morning, everyone. I'm Leroy Comrie. I'm proud to represent the 14th Senate District in Queens, and I'm chair of the Standing Committee on Corporations, Authorities, and Commissions. I'm grateful for the leadership of our Majority Leader and President Pro Tem, Andrea Stewart Cousins, and the leadership of my colleagues, our Transportation, Tim Kennedy, who could not be here this morning, but we have with us Senators Brad Hoylman Siegel, Senator Jessica Ramos, Senator John Liu, Senator Mario Montero, and Senator, excuse me, Senator Claire from Manhattan is with us today. I want to thank all of the speakers that are going to provide testimony, insight, and questions about the MTA financing, safety, and ridership, and the general project plan at Penn Station. Oversight is incredibly important in ensuring that the MTA has the best funding streams available and ensuring public dollars are being well spent to increase ridership and to maintain rider safety. In addition, we must ensure the public's interests are protected in ensuring transit riders, neighborhood residents, New Yorkers, and those we welcome from around the world receive the quality service we all wish to deliver. In addition, since last year, much of what was anticipated for the Penn Station General Project Plan changed as the needs of the stakeholders, the city, and our transit system shifted to a post-pandemic New York. In light of this, we want to work with all of you today to highlight a new and inspiring proposal that will showcase our best foot forward. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to have all of you here, and I'm grateful you've taken the time to shed light on the future of our city's transit system. As stated by Alexandros Washburn, the former chief urban designer at the City Department of Planning and director of the Grand Penn Community Alignments, in the February 15th article on Veronato's reluctance to continue with plans, quote, the improvement of Penn Station should not be beholden to a business cycle. This project should incorporate the future needs of this nation's most bustling city and incorporate the best and brightest technology available, perhaps developing new technology in the process. With that, I want to open the floor to any of my committee members that would like to make an opening statement. No? Seeing none? Let's get it rolling. All right, sorry. The first panel we'll call up. I want to remind people you have 5 minutes. There's a countdown clock here. It will sound at 5 minutes, but you have 5 minutes speech. The first panel will be the Tri-State Transportation Campaign, the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee, Reinvent Albany, Manhattan Community Board 5, and Grand Penn Community Alliance. We normally, this is different for us. We normally have the MTA speaking first, but because they have a mandatory meeting that they have to be at this morning, we are working with them. They should be here at approximately 1 o'clock, correct? If in case anyone's interested in staying around.
At school at 2:30.
Okay, but they had a mandatory meeting. I forget what it was, but it's a tri-state meeting, I believe. Northeast Corridor Commission meeting that they had to be at this morning. So we'll start with the Tri-State Transportation Campaign. Ms. Rogers.
Yes. Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you. Oops. It's not a great picture. It's not you, Rachel. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am Felicia Park Rogers, Director of Regional Infrastructure Projects for Tri-State Transportation Campaign. TSTC has been working to improve the environment and equity in the region for 30 years by advocating for improved transit and transportation. The MTA fiscal cliff is real. All of the major transit agencies across the country are facing the same issue. COVID relief has ended. Farebox revenue has not come back to 2019 levels. That creates a gap that is large and measurable. Yet fewer riders doesn't mean a reduced need for transit. In 2019, New York City's transit system was operating under back-breaking constraints with overcapacity ridership for what the system could provide. The transit system at lower ridership today is actually at a more right-sized capacity than it was in 2019. Today, in 2023, I ride trains that are full, but in which I'm not smashed into the small of a stranger's back or unable to squirm through the stand clear of the closing door during peak hours like I was in 2019. This is actually good for riders and good for the system. This means that even as the MTA provides as many as 3 million rides a day, we have a right-sized system instead of an overcapacity system. The problem today is not lack of riders. There are millions of riders every day that rely on MTA to get to work, healthcare, school, family, or leisure activities that they literally could not access without public transit. The problem is revenue. The problem is that we expect transit to act as a fee-for-service business, and it is not that. Transit is a public utility. The reason we even have cities and states, the reason we have taxes, is because we have civic necessities that require collective payment to ensure the social safety net and health. Our city tax system was created to pay for societal requirements like sewage, sanitation, fire, and police. Transit is equally a social requirement and should be budgeted accordingly. New York City is a creature of the state of New York. Our city does not run on its own. We are dependent on the state. Yet New York State does not run on its own either. New York State requires a prosperous, safe, and healthy New York City to maintain fiscal and civic stability. New York City and the MTA region require a safe and healthy transit system to maintain stability. Therefore, the state of New York requires a functioning MTA to remain prosperous and stable. The TSTC supports the governor's proposed PMT increase, the commitment of future potential casino funds, and the one-time expenditure of $300 million to fund the MTA from the state budget. But it is not enough. We oppose a fare increase. While that will need to happen eventually, now is not the time. Essential workers and transit-dependent riders of the MTA simply cannot afford it at this time. We call on you to pass the full Fix the MTA legislative package with greater transparency, bills that call for greater transparency, rider input, and ensuring that the MTA budget will not be supplanted by the state. I'm going to skip ahead in my remarks. Briefly, I want to address a few items in regard to Penn Station. There's much more to say on this subject, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss it in more detail with each of your offices. In brief, Penn Station desperately needs to be reconstructed. MSG needs to move to a nearby location so that the original Penn can be built to provide more efficient and safe transit for its millions of users. If MSG will not move, it needs to be an active partner in improving the station for both riders and visitors to MSG by contributing financially, as well as to sit at the table with the MTA and other stakeholders to ensure the best possible design for riders. Their days of not paying taxes need to come to an end. TSTC wants to see the station rebuilt from the track and platform level to increase accessibility, safety, efficiency, and reliability for riders. We call on Amtrak to conduct a thorough cost-benefit analysis of through running in comparison to its massive expansion plan, which calls for adding terminal tracks rather than through running tracks. We support a renovation of Penn Station, but we ask that it be done in a way that includes redesigning the tracks and platforms of the original Penn Station to maximize integration of the various transit authorities and in a manner that emphasizes a seamless transit experience for riders who don't ultimately care if they are on New Jersey Transit, Amtrak, or the MTA. They are just trying to get to work or their doctor or their grandmother for a reasonable price and with a minimally disruptive experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Lisa Dagley. Well, do members want to question each one first, or you want to?
We should do it by panel.
Do the panel, okay, just check it. Okay. Thank you. Lisa Dagley?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. I'm Lisa Dagley, and I'm the Executive Director of the Permanent Citizens Advisory Committee to the MTA, or PCAC. We were created by the state legislature in 1981, thank you, to represent riders on MTA's Long Island Railroad, Metro North, and New York City subways, buses, and the Staten Island Railway. Our work centers primarily on advocating on behalf of riders and advising the MTA on operational performance and capital projects, do reports on policy recommendations, but it also supports adequate funding for the MTA, for operations, and for building, rebuilding, and supporting a state of good repair for the system so that riders can get where they need to go when they need to get there, safely, affordably, and reliably, and accessibly. And that's really why we're here today. Thank you for holding this hearing we appreciate your having us here and for your and for your, pardon the expression, laser focus on this issue. We know that you understand the severity of the MTA's budget crisis and the fiscal cliff that it's facing, and none of us want to see the horrific fare hikes and horrendous service cuts that would be the unfortunate reality without adequate operational funding, and which would significantly hinder the return of riders to transit and have far-reaching negative consequences for the region's economy and for riders themselves. So we know that you are working together and with your colleagues in the Assembly and with the governor to come up with a budget to come up with a budget, negotiate a budget that will meet the needs of the riders, not just now, but into the future as well. To this end, we support the funding proposals that the governor has put forward. We believe that the $300 million that the governor has recommended, has put forward in her budget, would be an important lifeline for transit, and it's a good starting point. We would like to see it made on an annual basis, baselined, move off budget, and adjusted for inflation. Even better would be to see it doubled to $600 million, particularly this year, where we anticipate that the state will have a funding surplus. We do support the governor's proposed increase in the payroll mobility tax for just the top 5% of large businesses as a small price to pay for ensuring we have a strong and stable system that will get riders to the jobs that support the region's economy. Our entire regional and even national economy runs on the backs of the millions of riders who use transit to get to work, to school, to appointments, to shop, and to patronize the very businesses that would be paying the PMT. Leaders of the business community have spoken out in support of the PMT increase because they know that the financial center of the country only works because its transit does. To this end, we also support the city, asking the city to pay more to fully fund Access-a-Ride, cover the cost of student Metro cards, and help the state offset revenue losses that result from exemptions to the PMT. This is an urgent need, not just this year's budget, but to address the long-term structural issues as well. We also believe that there are a number of additional revenue alternatives that are worth including in the conversation. And we have developed for your consideration a funding tool, a thermometer. I have a visual of it here. It's online on our website, www.pcac.org, to give you the opportunity to look at a number of different options and opportunities that include a tax of 1 cent per ounce on sweetened beverages that could raise $288 million, increasing the sales tax for alcohol sales in New York City by 3%, which kills me, but could still raise $150 million. Sales tax increase in New York City to go to the MTA by 0.75% to raise $1 billion. You know, there are so many different options and opportunities, and we know that as you carefully consider them, we hope that you'll use our tool to see what could be raised, incrementally look to different numbers there. So in my short time left, I also want to tell you that there are a number of aspects of the Fix the MTA legislation that we do support fully, including giving our members on the MTA board a vote. They have a voice but not a vote. It would strengthen the rider community and allow another member of the disabled community a vote on the MTA board as well. So thank you very much. We look forward to working with you and hearing any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Lisa. Rachel?
Good morning. My name is Rachel Foss, and I'm the Senior Policy Advisor for reInvent Albany. We advocate for more transparent and accountable New York government, including authorities like the MTA. First, I want to thank you for holding this hearing on many important issues affecting the Metropolitan Transportation Authority and transit riders. Agencies with $18 billion operating budgets and $55 billion capital plans deserve close legislative oversight, and we appreciate your continuing to hold hearings like this one today. My testimony focuses on a number of issues, and I'm going to summarize them, but I just would draw your attention to our full written testimony. It has some colorful charts that we used ink to print for you, so I appreciate you taking a look at them. First, on Penn Station, we think it's time for a clean slate. The governor and legislature must recognize the reality that the Penn Station development deal with Vornado has failed. It is delusional to continue claiming that pilot payments from indefinitely delayed Vornado development will pay to fix Penn Station. We urge the governor, Senate, and Assembly to use state capital budget funds to fix Penn Station in conjunction with federal matching funds and modernize the improvement plan to increase capacity, as I know has been advocated by many of our colleagues, Tri-State and Senator Comrie. The MTA cannot afford to pay for Penn Station upgrades, a priority of the governor's, with its own resources. We further urge the governor and legislature to completely separate the funding deal of Penn Station improvements and the failed development deal, and to unwind that failed deal by restoring New York City control over property taxes, eliminating pilots, and other forms of subsidy for Vornado. And while on that topic, I just should mention, I didn't include this in my written testimony, but we do support ending the tax abatement for Madison Square Garden. I know Senator Kavanaugh and Senator Hoylman support that bill. Second, on MTA ridership, the MTA, we think, should continue to update its ridership projections, ideally with every financial plan. Current McKinsey projections appear to be on track. Ridership is at 68% of 2019 levels as of February 2023. But those projections were formulated in July of 2022, and they may not hold. So that's why we think it's important for them to continue to be updated. On the operating budget, the Senate must ensure the MTA's budget deficits are fully addressed in your one House bills this year. We also have some proposals to restore historic funding commitments of New York State. First, we think the state should no longer raid the Metropolitan Transportation Operating Assistance Fund, this is MTOA, for the state's 18B program contribution. That's $175 million a year that should go to the MTA, and the state should pay with its own resources through the general fund. Second, we support increasing the state's 18B contributions to adjust for inflation. That would be another $125 million a year. And I'll note that that would trigger local matches. There's different ways to require local contributions, and the 18B program is one of them. And lastly, adjusting the state's PMT make-whole exemption payments for inflation is also important, and that would be another $200 million a year. And we think the state is best positioned to pay that. Together, these restorations would provide $500 million a year more for the MTA. On the capital budget, MTA spending on capital projects, unfortunately, has hit historic lows. And there's some charts in my testimony that show that. And we do think congestion pricing's delay is having a significant impact on the capital plan. In order to increase transparency of the MTA's progress on specific projects, we asked the Senate to include capital budget transparency in your one House bill, specifically Senator Ramos's bill, S3545, which is part of the Fix the MTA package. It would require MTA Capital Dashboard to have new information about contractors, contract numbers, source of funding for projects, including congestion pricing, and coding by accessibility and resiliency, which are important issues for riders. We also support inclusion of Senator Granardis' bill to remit the internet sales tax directly to the MTA. This is also part of the Fix the MTA package in the One House bill to ensure this important capital funding stream is protected from raids by the governor. On congestion pricing, I've already noted how important we think it is. It's $15 billion of the $55 billion capital plan, and it remains essential for the MTA to make progress on its ambitious capital plan, and we think it should not be rated for the operating budget. And just to note that the MTA's operating budget is actually reimbursed through the capital budget for maintenance work. This means MTA workers' salaries will get paid from congestion pricing, just like they do for running service. It's $2 billion a year from the capital plan that is reimbursed for MTA worker salaries for maintenance, just to give a little bit of detail on that. And thanks so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Next, Layla Look. I don't want to pronounce your last name incorrectly.
It's Gizico. It's so hard to pronounce.
Thank you.
Even I get it wrong. Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in front of this panel. Thank you for holding this important hearing. My name is Leila Logisico. I am the chair of the Land Use, Housing, and Zoning Committee of Manhattan Community Board 5. Community Board 5 covers roughly an area comprised between 14th Street and 59th Street and Lexington Avenue to 8th Avenue. Penn Station is located within our district. CB5 has been at the forefront of the fight against the GPP, the General Project Plan, to develop 18 million square feet of office space around Penn Station. The plan's stated goal was to generate funding to upgrade Penn Station. From day one, we have raised the alarm that the GPP will not raise the necessary funding. Our numerous resolutions have stated our skepticism as well as our opposition to the plan. We oppose the plan because it is fiscally harmful. We oppose the plan because the state has no right to take over a municipality's prerogative to zone. We oppose the plan because our neighborhood does not need and cannot absorb 18 million square feet of office space, especially in this post-COVID market. At least on the last part, the main developer, Vornado, agrees. Its chairman admitted that much to his shareholders. The market is not there for ground-up development. Despite what Mr. Roth has professed, the Gigot office tower and its cubicles have lost to the kitchen table. So, if the towers are not going to pay for Penn Station upgrades, let us use the opportunity of this hearing to deliver a quick eulogy. The GPP is dead, may be shredded, and its paper promptly disposed of. It is time for the governor and the legislature to emerge from this nightmare and realize that fiscally sound options do exist to upgrade Penn Station. We have wasted too much time already talking about the wrong things. It is time for a new beginning. Penn Station must be upgraded, its connectivity needs to be improved, trains should run faster to more places and in a more effective manner. New York must emulate the transformative upgrades that other world capitals are making. London opened the Elizabeth Line last year. France is building round the clock to deliver Le Grand Paris Express, a group of new rapid transit lines being built in the Paris metro region for the Olympics next year. Funding infrastructure is always a challenge, especially large projects, but New York has a unique opportunity today to get ambitious projects in motion. The Infrastructure Investment and Job Act, the $1 trillion infrastructure bill signed into law by President Biden, has a generous allocation of funds for the Northeast Corridor, of which Penn Station is the heart. Senator Schumer has heroically negotiated on our behalf so that this heart keeps pumping its commuters through the region. The state budget already has $1.2 billion appropriated for Penn Station, and last November, voters overwhelmingly approved the Clean Water, Clean Air, and Green Jobs Environmental Bond Act, a ballot proposition to make $4.2 billion available for environmental and community projects. What better definition of environmental justice than truly upgrading the largest train hub in the Western Hemisphere? I will also add that Community Board 5 is on record since 2013 recommending the repeal of the tax exemption that Madison Square Garden enjoys. Community Board 5 has launched a task force to develop an alternative to the GPP. We believe that any plan to improve our neighborhood must be fiscally sound. Many have asked recently why a community board is so concerned about fiscal policy, as the price tag or the funding scheme will not affect us directly. I want to turn the question back to them. Why aren't you? I want to emphatically say that CB5 is fervently committed to fiscal responsibility. To channel my inner Ravitch, I will quote him and say, there is no graver danger to our institutions than a government that ignores fiscal failures, even in the face of clear evidence. Instead of spreading fiscal trouble with a pestiferous funding scheme, CB5 urges the state legislature and the governor to launch a truly responsible fiscal path to success. It is budget season in Albany. Rather than ESD borrowing money against a Don Quixote windmills, let's embrace a fiscal future guided by stability. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Washburn, the floor is yours.
Good morning. I'm Alexandros Washburn, architect and a director of the Grand Penn Community Alliance. Thank you, Chairman Comrie and members of the Senate, for allowing me to testify today. Let's be clear. Building a better garden is a private deal. Building a better Penn Station is a public deal. Sure, is that? Okay, there we go. The garden should move because a new garden will make its owners a pile of money. To not build it leaves billions on the table. And once the garden moves, we can build a Grand Penn Station in its place, with a commuter concourse better than Moynihan Train Hall, and a public green better than Bryant Park. The area around the station will blossom, and the private real estate tax revenues will go up, paying back the public bonds used to build it, and then some. Jobs, revenue, progress. Isn't this what our elected leaders are supposed to do? I'm here to represent the Grand Penn Community Alliance, a group fighting for the best Penn Station, one that is transformative both for the experience and capacity of the existing station and transformative of the neighborhood around it. Yet when I speak to you, I'm really representing someone who is not with us, Senator Daniel Patrick Moynihan, my mentor, the man who sent me to New York long ago to build the train hall that now bears his name. Senator Moynihan taught me two very important lessons to arm me in my mission. Lesson number one, nothing big happens in New York City unless you can align politics, finance, and design. Today, we are here before Senate committees to align finance. Lesson number two, the worst, most corrupting lies are problems poorly stated. We are here to state the financial problems correctly, and when we do, we will find that it is not a problem, but a financial opportunity of epic proportions. To build a Grand Penn Station, Madison Square Garden has to move from on top of it. There's nothing novel in that observation, and the garden has moved 3 times before. The problem is money. Naysayers have said a new arena will cost the taxpayers of New York $8.5 billion. Well, I say that's wrong. It will cost over $8 billion, but it will not be the taxpayers who pay. That $8.5 billion is an investment, not a subsidy. It generates a profit. Let's say we wanted the best arena in the world, one that is easy to load and easy to access, that has the latest technology for the fans and even contains within it the next generation of sporting experience, esports. Imagine if New York City didn't have just the most famous arena in the world, but the best. Now, such arena would cost a lot of money, maybe $5 billion, and you would want to build a world-class hotel next to it, bigger and better than Singapore's Marina Bay Sands. You know, the one with the infinite edge pool on top, another $2 billion. And perhaps there's a casino in the basement, another $500 million. Let's not stop there. Add some publicly beneficial elements, like 1,000 units of affordable housing and a school for 1,000 children, another $1 billion. Now that is what you get for $8.5 billion. How much revenue does that investment generate? That is the proper question. If indeed it returns 6% cash on cash, it is financeable by the private sector, and leveraged, its internal rate of return, its IRR, reaches levels that global capital cannot resist. If I were you, I would suggest reaching out to any sovereign wealth fund who has a yen for sports, the ADIA in Abu Dhabi, the PIF in Riyadh, for example. The arena is the private side. The new Grand Penn is the public side. How much will a new station cost, and who will pay? The MTA has put out a number of $7 billion for an underground station. Wrong again. It's $7 billion, all right, but if stated correctly, $7 billion will get us an above-ground station, like the Grand Penn plan we have proposed, with capacity for 750,000 passengers a day, a sunlit train hall for commuters to surpass Amtrak's, and a green park, public, atop the escalators that will rival Bryant Park. An above-ground station is possible if the garden moves, and it will be free of the endless arena support columns crowding the platforms. But how will we pay for a $7 billion station now that the Vornado plan is in the deep freeze? Well, those towers were never going to pay their fair share anyway. I suggest we go back to basics. Public bond finance. Let the private sector part of the deal, the arena, use private money, but let the public sector part of the deal, Grand Penn, use public bonds. The 7-line extension in the beautiful park above it was paid with bonds. The Barclays Center, Terminal 3 at JFK, the new Tappan Zee Cuomo Bridge, the list is long. In the case of the new Grand Pen, the bonds would be paid back by increased tax revenue from new development and improved existing structures that will follow in the large area around the station. If you want an idea of just what the dollar increment will be, do this. A, draw a 5-block circle around Grand Central and add up the tax revenue. B, draw a 5-block circle around Penn Station and add up the tax revenue. Subtract B from A. This should give you a rough idea of just how much revenue will be created to pay the interest on the bonds. I will close by saying that although the Penn Station superblock is probably the most complex piece of real estate in America, if we state our goals clearly, the solution becomes simple. There's a private side and a public side. Let each do what they do best, and remember, we are all in this together. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your testimony this morning. We appreciate you coming. Questions, we'll start first with Senator Hoylman Siegel, and then whoever else is indicating questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your leadership on this issue over the last year plus. We've been grappling with the GPP and these proposals for a number of years. For the record, I voted against them, this proposal on the floor of the Senate, I think twice, and still remain opposed. That said, the large part of the plan has moved from my district to Senator Krueger's. Lucky her. But I still retain Madison Square Garden. Lucky me. Which is the focus of my question today for the panel. Do you see any rationale at this point, given the needs of the public for a new Penn Station, given the fiscal brink that faces the MTA, and given the excessive generosity that taxpayers have shown to Madison Square Garden, to continue the tax break for the garden that has existed for 40 years? Mr. Washburn, what's your opinion on this?
Absolutely not. There is no point in giving them a tax break to stay where they are. By being above the station, they add costs to building it. That's why with them above, $7 billion gets you a column-filled underground station. With them moved, you have something that's world-class. Why are we subsidizing a private deal in the first place? And in the second place, why subsidize them to stay put? It's a bizarre, the only, I just don't, it's just bizarre.
Rachel.
Yeah, if I could just add, I mean, that's $43 million a year of New York City revenue that the state is taking. You know, we think that's on a policy level, it's not the place the state should be in the business of taking New York City revenue for subsidies. We just released a report yesterday called Debunked that shows that subsidies largely, they don't work. They don't provide the return on investment that the public needs, and there are much better places that money can go. Most of New York City property tax revenue goes to schools. If that money is returned to New York City, that funds schools in New York City, and I think that's a much better public investment.
And haven't we, to the extent someone supports subsidies, I know the governor supported a subsidy for the Buffalo Bills redevelopment of its stadium. To the extent that is the rationale, haven't we passed that, given that Madison Square Garden is built and doesn't want to move?
Absolutely. I think that there are a lot of reasons to end it, and the permit is obviously coming up this year, too. This is the time to end it, because this is the time that the permit is being renewed.
Yes.
I would like to also address a comment that was made by the chairman of Madison Square Garden, where he said, "Well, all the stadiums are actually tax exempt." It's actually not correct. Yankee Stadium is on city land. It's in a park, and it pays pilots payments in lieu of taxes. 2 days ago, because they make their payments on February 28th, they paid $84 million in pilots. Okay. Barclay is on state land with a GPP. they pay $50 million per year. Correct, it's not taxes, it is payments in lieu of taxes. But I think there's something totally disingenuous in claiming that everybody is on the same level and that none of these arenas pay taxes. MSG is the only large arena in the New York area that is exempt. It's not a tax abatement, it is a full exemption.
Okay, it's not me. I want to also just reinforce that the construction is about making Penn Station better for riders. You know, we're at PCAC, we want to continue to focus on improving the rider experience so that people coming into Penn Station want to continue coming into Penn Station, that it's not the place they want to leave or never take transit again. And making the improvements within the station now are going to continue to support commuters. It's not, that doesn't mean the GPP. In fact, we testified in opposition to renewing that, the funding scheme several years ago. But we do support making the interior of Penn Station a place that is not dark and dingy. I'm not going to use the word hell because I don't think that's what it is. I think it's just a place you want to get out of as fast as you possibly can to make it a better place. You all traveled through Penn Station at some point or another, and it's got to get better. So investing in making a better commuting experience within Penn Station now as the knockdown drag out with the Dolans continues, I think can happen simultaneously.
Thank you.
Senator Lou?
Senator Lou.
Wasn't me.
That was Shaggy.
I think this is falling apart. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to this panel for your patience and for insightful comment as always. Rachel, I wanted to get more insight about your comments that $2 billion was coming out of the capital plan for operating and maintenance costs.
Okay, I think it's on now. So it's in the MTA's financial plan. In my testimony shows the link to it, but there's something called capital reimbursables, and maintenance work that MTA employees do, TWU union members do, is actually paid for through the capital plan. And this is, again, for the maintenance work that's really important.
Is that something new that you've detected,
no,
or
this
that
has
was
been
always part of
$2
that
billion
55?
Yeah, $2 billion. This is for all the capital plans. This isn't just this capital plan. But I think it's important context for people to know when we're talking about, well, why can't we just take congestion pricing and use it to fill the operating budget gaps, right? I know that is a proposal, but we were trying to make the point that actually if you keep congestion pricing in the capital plan, it's not as if there is no benefit to the operating budget, because it does help fund the maintenance work that is reimbursed to the operating budget from the capital plan.
Yeah, but I mean, is that even fiscally sound to reimburse maintenance and operating costs?
It may not be the best way of putting it on the
It
books.
may not
I
be
think
the best.
We would prefer
The
it to
MTA
be.
is not here yet, Rachel. You can tell us how you really feel.
No, I mean, I think it would be best allocated under the capital budget, absolutely, but I think it's just a reality of how the budgeting is done, that, it's a
Do
point.
other transit authorities do it that way?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't have an answer to that, but New Jersey Transit does, yeah. But I think, like I said, the argument we are trying to make is just, it's not as if there's no benefit to the operating budget by congestion pricing coming in and the revenues staying in the capital plan. That's the point.
I'll pose this question to anybody who wants to answer. Do you think it's fair for the governor to call on New York City to cough up an additional $500 million every year? Is that a fair thing, or?
I mean, what I would say is that when we issued a report last year about the state's historic funding obligations on the exemption payment for the PMT, the state created those exemptions in 2011 and 2015, and our ask was for the state to fully pick up the bill for the exemptions because they've kept the payment flat. It's been $244 million a year from the state flat for, I don't know, it's maybe 5 or so years now at this point. Our proposal was for the state to fully make the MTA whole. You know, in some ways, with the gas tax holiday, for example, the state did put the gas tax holiday in place, and then it reimbursed the MTA for the revenue loss. I don't think that the reimbursement for the revenue loss from the PMT exemptions, it has not been what it should be. It's been flat. It hasn't adjusted for inflation. So we think
And that's an annual item.
yeah, and the state, we would like the state to pick up the full bill for the MTA, the PMT exemption.
And you're basically saying the MTA, the state should be providing $500 million annually of additional operating
Yeah,
aids.
yeah, and our proposals are for both the PMT exemption, and then no longer taking the MTA's dedicated funds through MTOA to pay for its own share of the 18B program.
And so is it fair for the governor to call on the city of New York to provide an additional $500 million annually for the MTA?
I can say, at least on the PMT, our recommendation is for the state to pick up that portion. You know, I'm not.
The city's not here either, so you
yeah,
can
no,
be honest.
I'm not an expert on the paratransit issues, and I know that the groups have definitely weighed in on that. I think there's a different argument on the student metro cards, absolutely, for the city. I just want to say on the PMT, it's, you know, our proposal is for the state to pick up the bill.
You seem like you have something to add, Lisa.
I do. Thank you. We testified at the council's excessive right hearing that we support the city picking up the payments. It is.
So is the entire 500 million that Governor Hochul is calling for just for the accessory ride shortfall and the school and the free transit passes?
And well, it's also for the exemptions. So. From what I understand, it's up to $500 million. It's not a total, not necessarily a total of. For the school passes, to me, you know, that adjustment hasn't been made in years and years and years and years, and the price of the cards and the number of users has gone up for years and years and years.
Okay, so you think it's reasonable?
I think that it's reasonable. I think that it's a good negotiating starting point.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Go
I
ahead,
think
Rich.
regardless of what happens with the New York City payments, I mean, it is imperative for the MTA's budget deficit to be made this year, to be made whole. There's a lot of ways to get there. I think the details are what you're all grappling with right now. So, you know, Lisa mentioned her tool. You know, we have a $500 million proposal for new state funding. There's a lot of options out there, but regardless of where things shake out, it's imperative that it be met this year.
All right. The chairman's allowing me one more question, which is, I think it was you, but it could have been, you know, anybody's free to answer this question, which is, in 2019, which was before the pandemic, the transit system was way overcrowded and overstressed. So that is not the measure. That is not where we want to return to. In fact, I think you said today it is now right-sized, meaning now we have the number of passengers that actually the system was designed to service. So the MTA's continuing claims that they are short fare revenue, well, they may be short fare revenue, but that was based on a way overcrowded system. So I just want to be clear. You're saying that at this point, the ridership levels are where they should be. We should be considering that 100%, not 70%, because the 2019 ridership levels were probably at 130%.
My main point in bringing up the capacity issue is that we cannot be looking at fare box revenue as the way of filling the budget needs for the MTA. The MTA needs to be fully funded, and having 130% capacity in order to meet a 50% fare box revenue target isn't right. The capital budget and hopefully congestion pricing will be online within a year and a half. we need to expand the capacity of the MTA. We don't want to keep it throttled, and we would love to see workers coming back into the city and the streets full and the trains full, and to grow the system so that it can handle that gracefully and not having people smashed like sardines. I think I heard about a campaign sometime where people were giving out cans of sardines as a. Yes, we were. Yeah. But it needs to be fully funded. Even if the ridership doesn't go up for however many years to the 2019 levels, that doesn't mean that the budget now needs to be cut by that 30%. The role of the state, they need to step in and fund fully the MTA. The MTA is not crying wolf. This is not, we've been through a lot, and the COVID emergency put a lot of strain on the budget, and thank goodness that Senator Schumer and our congressional delegation stepped in. They're not going to do that again, in my estimation, although we are separately fighting for operational funds from the federal government for the future, because we think they should do that, not just capital. But now is the time for the state to step up and keep the MTA whole and functioning for everybody's benefit.
We certainly want the MTA to be, I think you say, graceful. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Rachel, did you want to add something?
Oh.
I just wanted to say one thing. Okay, maybe two. Thank you. As Felicia mentioned, COVID relief money. As we were in the dark days of and really fearful that funding wouldn't come through, and Pat Foy was building a coalition nationally and talking about the fact that fares might have to go up 40%. We're talking, railroad money now to get on a subway. $12, $15 for a one-way fare on a subway. That's not something that any of us can afford. Then that's going to begin the vicious circle of doom for the transit system. What we really want is a virtuous circle of bringing people back. That means running enough service, running reliable service, making our stations accessible, and making sure that it's a safe and clean system. So actually, I was a sardine this morning, and that just means that I feel good about this, about people coming back. But I'd rather see it like that than see trains running empty or not at all.
Thank you.
John, you done? Okay. Senator Ramos,
All
then
right.
Senator Claire, then Senator.
Well, I appreciate your generosity with time, Chair, because that allows me to pontificate a little bit. I won't too much. But imagine a world where a transit system was created so that workers have to pay for their own commute so they can go make money for their boss, I do hope to live to see a free public transportation system for New Yorkers. That's certainly an inspiration or a motivation, I should say, for me. Where should we start? I think that it's very unfortunate that the Empire State Development Corporation decided not to be here this morning, because it would definitely have been a great opportunity to hold them accountable, to ask questions about exactly how the Penn State plan is developing, isn't developing, how it should develop. I couldn't help but see that on their website, there are no Community Advisory Committee minutes posted. And of course, that is of particular interest to me as I passed the bill requiring a much more robust public review process, because at the state level, it's sorely lacking in all sorts of different land use processes. So I'm wondering if any of you have any updates, have heard anything about whether they've met, what those meetings have been like, if any of you have been privy to any of that information at all. Layla?
I'll take this one. ESD has appointed a public realm. ESD has appointed a public realm task force, of which I have the honor of serving. It is also made up a number of elected officials as well as representatives of Vornado and Madison Square Garden. The goal of this public realm task force is still unclear to me, as we don't know what kind of public realm and what will be around this public realm. We don't know what kind of train station we're going to get. We don't know whether MSG is going to move or not. We don't know what kind of towers we're going to build or when. So what exactly is this public realm? Unclear. We are meeting, we are discussing in an ideal world what this public realm would look like, but at the same time, I am still wondering how that is going to come into practicality. The famous, CACWAG, the Community Advisory Committee Working Group, has not met in a number of months now, and we actually have requested updates, and so far ESD has not agreed to schedule a meeting. So we are, I think, as much in the dark as you are. The last we heard of President Knight was at a budget hearing where she basically stated that ESD is still fully committed to supporting the GPP and working with the majority property owner, i.e. Vornado, in providing the necessary funding for the reconstruction and upgrades of Penn Station. So I think, we are in status quo, which in our opinion is really very, very detrimental.
Wow. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm also a member of the CACWAG, and we haven't received any communications in many months about it. And in addition, Amtrak and New Jersey Transit were frequently updating us about the Block 780 potential Penn expansion project. And without the CACWAG meeting, we have been receiving no updates or information about that, which is a separate but important and connected project.
I was just going to say, when you have bodies that are formed on an ad hoc basis like task forces, unfortunately, they are falling through the cracks of our open meetings law and the law you just passed that affects statutorily created bodies. It's a loophole and it's a problem in our open meetings law that when bodies can be formed on an ad hoc basis, they don't have to meet publicly and they don't have to post their materials online. So, like money finds a way in campaign finance, and I think unfortunately opacity finds a way in state government too much as well. And perhaps we'll have to close that loophole with yet another bill.
All right. Well, I think it's safe to say that the folks up here, well, most of us, will be game to help out in that endeavor. I think that there is a lot of opacity when it comes to the MTA in general. I also carry the data transparency bill. Sorry, Will, you can shake your head in the back. But we do need a lot more transparency when it comes to contracts, when it comes to all sorts of planning ahead. Because, and I tell you, as a former community board member myself, shout out to CB3 in Queens, the biggest fear is that then they're trying to rush this major project last minute with very little public review, very little community input, and most frequently just doing the bidding of developers and multi-million-dollar companies, right? And that's I think to the detriment of the city. So I really thank all of your advocacy when it comes to that. I think one of the things that I'm trying to champion in this budget is making is granting students unlimited MetroCard service. I now am the proud mom of a MetroCard holder. It's something I'm still coping with this year. But I also found your comments about, the right size, pretty interesting because in thinking about congestion pricing, of course, we want more people to ride the subway, right? We do want the streets clear for those who absolutely do need to drive into Manhattan for some reason, right? Whether they have a disability, whether they're transporting goods. I'm sure there are several other reasons. I'm wondering if we can talk a little bit about congestion pricing and how we would think about treating those who do have to drive in, and how we can inspire those those of us who have no business owning a car, actually, right? I'm I'm able to ride the subway and get around that way. I mean, I don't have a driver's license to this day. Actually, just got my permit last year, a few months ago. That may or may not happen. And so I'm wondering if you guys have thought through the folks who you think shouldn't have to contribute to congestion pricing.
The goal of congestion pricing is not to end car use. The goal is to reduce car use to only necessary trips, and to take the money from those necessary trips to increase the capacity of the transit system so that it can reach more people more frequently in more places. So we very much, the goal of congestion pricing isn't to get rid of cars. It's to,
I don't think it's to get rid of cars or ban cars.
Right.
But I'll tell you, my purpose in voting for it was to reduce car traffic.
yes.
Right? I do want people to drive less. There are many of us, right, who are able-bodied and have no business driving into Manhattan during rush hour, right? I'll, if I may, share an anecdote, which actually doesn't have anything to do with Manhattan at all, but a very fun constituent of mine who likes to complain about how there's so much traffic in the morning for her to drive her child from East Elmhurst to the Jackson Heights train station, right? If your child is old enough to take the train by themselves, they certainly can wait for the bus. At some point, you have to realize that you're the traffic.
Right.
You are the traffic, and you should not be driving, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to get at.
yeah, absolutely. We reduce the number of car trips, it improves the air, it improves the streets for people who do have to drive, and most importantly, it improves the transit.
Now, I'm not a fan of getting rid of congestion pricing for hire vehicles. I think that the cost, if anything, should go on the employer, definitely never the driver, or the customer, the rider, who perhaps is running late to work and thinks that they won't make it on the subway for some reason. Or have you guys formulated an opinion on that?
I think in general, our position on the exemptions, that they should be limited to what is in the law. You know, I think that's very clear that, you know, we have a framework there. And we'll have to see what happens with the Traffic Mobility Review Board. I mean, they're the body that's designated to look at those exemptions. I think the notion of credits is a little bit different because you don't want toll shopping. You don't want to, you know, have cars driving all the way around and creating problems in certain communities and not others. So, you know, we'll have to see how it all shakes out. I mean, this is going to be the process going forward.
I hear you. I'm on the edge of my seat myself.
Yeah. And hopefully we get the federal funds, you know,
Well, that
very
would
soon,
be-
and then the fun will begin.
Sure. All right, and then I guess finally, I'll just say that, you know, I think as a working group, we've been trying to very creatively think through how to generate revenue for the MTA. I'm very much hoping, Lisa, that we can stay away from some poor taxes, like a 3% on drinks and things like that. That makes me very, very nervous, right? Because then that means that getting a beer after work becomes a thing for the elite, and not something that you can factor into the minimum wage, which I'm very passionate about this year, as you might know. But I do love your Mets nails. She has a Mets manicure.
I do.
Beautiful.
I do encourage you to look at our funding tool, though, because it doesn't just have things that I also oppose personally, but that I think that that you will appreciate. That we, it's really an opportunity to sort of weigh and play, but that's very serious as well. And it comes with a supporting document that looks into some of the thoughtful process behind it and the legislation that's been put forth that includes things like the millionaire's tax and some of the other things that are currently being discussed.
All right. Well, thank you.
To quickly reiterate that, hopefully, as you look at these different options, you'll find ones that include the ability to not raise the fares this year.
Yes.
This is a very tough time for people using transit, and a fare increase is just going to further exacerbate the financial problems of the people.
No, Felicia, absolutely. Listen, I actually put it on my Instagram this morning. I'm really thinking about young people in New York right now who are dealing with a possible subway fare hike, a CUNY tuition hike that's being proposed in the budget, and no raise in the minimum wage. So if you're working yourself through college, you're going to have a really hard time if we keep all of these ideas that were in the executive budget in this way. So thank you all for testifying today.
Thank you. Senator Claire, then Senator Matera.
Yeah, I just have a brief question. I think Ms. Laura Gisico, that's correct. Okay, I can, the venting system, it's very loud over me, so I can't hear everything. So I'm struggling a little bit. So I just wanted to hear more about the pilots that you talked about and how we could get taxes, because as we're talking about getting money, we should be considering how we can get money from everywhere, especially an MSG.
Yes.
So I just wanted to hear that.
Yes, no, I absolutely. I think that Madison Square Garden is entirely tax exempt since 1982. The other arenas in the New York area pay pilots, pay payments in lieu of taxes. Yankee Stadium pays $84 million per year, and Barclay pays $50 million per year. 50 million per year. So it is, it's a very substantial, tax revenue for the city and the state. And it also means that the city and the state are able to issue bonds against these revenues that then help pay for infrastructure and various capital projects. So, this is what we consider to be sound fiscal development. In the case of Penn Station, the current state plan is actually contemplating skimming tax revenue off of towers that are likely never going to be built. And if they are built, they will be built in a very, very far away future, which means that if the state issues bonds now, because we need the money now to fix Penn Station now, not in 70 years, we're going to issue bonds against revenue that doesn't exist. Which means that the state is going to have to guarantee those bonds, which means that it's going to be even more costly. It means that the state is going to have to repay the bondholders when the revenue is still not coming in. It is fiscally absolutely irresponsible, which is why the proper way, as some of my colleagues have stated here, the proper way to fund public infrastructure is with public money. You get grants from the federal government. The state issues bonds. If the city wants to come in, sure, why not? I don't think it's particularly relevant here with Penn Station. But, this is how you do, disciplined fiscal policy for infrastructure. And putting all your eggs in the same basket with a real estate developer that is entirely in control. They can decide to build, not to build. They can negotiate how much they pay in taxes. They can negotiate what kind of abatements they get. This is not the right way. This is not responsible. So this plan needs to be entirely scraped. We believe this plan to be dead because we also know that the developer has made it abundantly clear that they're not planning to build anything anytime soon. They're not a partner. And I think that the state needs to really realize that. There's no ambiguity at this point. And they need to, come up with a different plan. Now is the time to pivot.
Thank you. Please go.
Thank you, Senator. Senator.
Clear. It's just clear.
Crystal
Crystal
clear.
clear.
Crystal clear. Is this on now? Does it? There we go. There we go. I'd also actually just preface by, we were talking about transparency and clarity, to thank Chairman Comrie for doing something extremely important, which is to bring clarity to the essential question, the overall question, because the way the governor put the plan, the way the GPP was set up, was backwards. But there was nobody to question that through the CAGWAG process or the other sub-processes until Chairman Comrie comes in and says, okay, what is the correct way to state this problem? Because the GPP assumed that buildings can transform a station. That's not how it works. A great station can transform the buildings around it. Public infrastructure can increase the value of what's around it. I always like the High Line. It's a smaller case here, but $100 million of public money went into phase 1 of the High Line. $3 billion of private money followed it for the buildings around it. So that's the essential model. And I think if we state the problem in that way, we can start figuring out who benefits, who pays. And in the case of the garden, I mean, I'm not seeing it. The garden is a very, very profitable enterprise. And if you add esports to a garden arena, you are now at another level. So
And, if I can just add quickly something. First of all, I want to thank Senator Ramos for the bill that you passed and was signed into law into getting more transparency for community advisory committees. And hopefully, we will all agree, and including the governor and ESD, that it also applies to the CACWAC, whether it is a advisory working group or just an advisory committee, the law applies. But the one thing that we're still struggling to get is actually the financial reports from Ernst & Young. We've been asking for those for years. And ESD is refusing to produce them. The only financial document that we have is a 2-page document that basically vaguely assumes what the tax revenue and the additional air rights or density is going to produce. We need to see exactly how it works out. How do the numbers add up? I mean, it is a very legitimate question. And when the project actually was referred to the PACB, on the amount column, it listed NA. And actually, thanks to reInvent Albany, we now know that that has happened only twice in the entire history of the PACB. So we need transparency on the money piece really urgently.
I got you.
Thank you. Senator Claire, were you finished?
Yes, I'm done.
Senator Matera?
Great, thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you, Chairman Comrie, for having our board here today. First thing I'd like to ask is, and I thank you, Senator Claire, for bringing that up, because I did not know any of that, and I really appreciate about MSG, because everybody needs to be a level playing field, and that's something that needs to be looked at. The congestion pricing, I'm from Long Island. I'm the senator from the 2nd Senate District, Smithtown and Huntington. We're antiquated with our Port Jeff line. I think everybody knows that with the old diesel trains going from Huntington to Port Jefferson, and you have to get off, and we're just trying to do this. Actually, we're going to be speaking again on that today with the MTA. But this congestion pricing, I'm just going to give you guys a heads up, would devastate Long Islanders in a lot of ways. So this is something that I just know. You guys know how much per day this would cost a regular car, $35 approximately a day, and then all trucks, it would be $86 per day also too for construction, obviously for food, et cetera. But our seniors right now, we have a lot of seniors also too that in other words have to go to the doctor's offices in the city and everything like that. But this would be totally devastating for Long Islanders if this was to come ever forward. So I'm just going to say I would. Do you guys know how much that would be cost a day per rider? Does anybody know that?
So the final amount hasn't been set. That will be determined by the Traffic Mobility Review Board. The MTA put out a range that started at $9. So I think that we represent riders on the Long Island Railroad. Our chair of PCAC actually lives in Patchogue, and we ride regularly on the railroad. I think that would be also devastating would be if congestion pricing doesn't come to fruition, because the infrastructure of the railroad, which I know the Port Jeff line is so antiquated that something has to happen, but nothing will ever happen without funding that comes into the capital program to at least look to see what the next steps are in electrification and in double tracking and in getting new car equipment, so you're not being relegated to the M3s and the dinosaurs.
Yeah, you know, and I don't have, this has been going on since 1980, this, and you know what? So to me, this has to get done first. So you know what? Obviously, the infrastructure needs to be put in place, and then we should be able to talk. But right now, to do this to Long Islanders would be devastating. I'm just giving you a heads up with that.
So I live on top of the Queens Midtown Tunnel, and during the pandemic, my morning exercise was looking at the number of cars that would come in. And what I got to see was, you know, one or two, and then there would be 3 different rush hours. And now it's basically rush hour from 7 o'clock in the morning or 6 o'clock in the morning until noon. And there's a steady stream of cars, and the only place that there is not a steady stream of cars is in the HOV lane. And getting people to drive together, getting people back into carpooling, getting people back onto a better system of not having single occupancy vehicles would go to great lengths to also reduce the number of vehicles on the road. Finding better ways, I agree with you, improving transit has to be number one. Finding park and ride facilities that are outside of Midtown. And we've suggested that the parking field at Metz Willets Point, out at City Field for Evershay, would be a good place. But then there has to be good transit, an accessible station for both Long Island Railroad and the 7 line for people to get on to get into the city. So, you know, absolutely need to be alternatives and better transit, and that is what has made congestion pricing successful in the places that it's worked.
Thank you.
And I think it's an important reminder that by law, congestion pricing goes 80% to the subways and 10% each to the railroads. So by law, it's not as if that money is, you know, the MTA has discretion as to where it spends the funding. It by law has to go into Long Island Railroad, and that's proportional to the ridership numbers. So I think that's just an important number to keep in mind, that the money is going to be going into Long Island from congestion pricing directly.
Okay. I think my...
Hello? And again, we need to make sure the infrastructure is put in place, and then I understand certain things. But you know what? Right now, we have food pantries, just so you know, on Long Island, that I've never seen before, lines around the buildings right now with people. Everybody knows COVID put us in a spiral in a lot of ways, and not for anything, too. We need to be conscious of that, please.
Thank you. Okay, all of my colleagues have asked their questions, so I feel like starting a little trouble today. So let me start with congestion pricing. Well, where do you think we are actually with congestion pricing, and what do you think is the federal delay, and also your reflection on what the New Jersey governor has done, where he's declared war against congestion pricing?
These are very, very good questions, Senator Comrie. It is our understanding that the final submission of the environmental assessment is either very recently or this week on its way to the Federal Highway Administration for their final review. At that point, it'll be available to the public to see, but we're done with the public hearings stage.
The final submission was delayed by the MTA submitting it, or?
No. You may know that there were upwards of 66,000 comments that were made on the environmental assessment in the most recent round of public hearings. And I'll let the MTA answer the question about any why, but it is now going in, and we expect that we'll have the record, the FONSI decision in the next 60 days.
The FONSI decision from the federal government?
Yes.
And then what are the next steps to the process?
Assuming that they issue a FONSI and that congestion pricing is approved to go ahead, it's possible it'll have mitigation attachments to it. They might recommend certain mitigation around different emissions or things that they have found in the environmental assessment. Mm-hmm. The Traffic Mobility Review Board will begin meetings. Those are mandated to be public meetings. And
has the Traffic Mobility Review Board been populated?
Yes, all 6 members have been populated and appointed.
Okay. And then I'm
And
sorry.
in New Jersey, this is a New York law, and New Jersey's welcome to continue to weigh in on their opinions. And I think it was Rachel that mentioned earlier that most of the groups that are working on congestion pricing have come to a consensus that we would like to see the tolls across all of the bridges equalized to avoid toll shopping. I live on top of the Manhattan Bridge on downtown Brooklyn, and that is a free bridge, and it causes a lot of problems on the BQE and on the streets around the entrance and exit for it. We'd like to see tolls fairly distributed across all of the bridges. We obviously opposed Representative Gottheimer's federal legislation to stop funding the MTA.
Okay. Anybody else want to opine on the possibilities of congestion pricing happening in the next 4 years?
Well, I think it's, I presented some data in the written testimony to you today. I mean, the capital plan is in big trouble if congestion pricing doesn't come through. It's funded at the lowest levels of the last 3 plans. We are much further along by this time. We're 3 years into the 2020 capital plan, and it's barely funded. Most of the funding's coming in from the federal government. So, I think, it remains urgent. And, I know that we've been hearing a lot of commitments from the MTA. They are moving forward. They are doing what they can. And yeah, I think that, what I would add is that, without congestion pricing, I think the 2020 capital plan is in big, big trouble.
This is a very good time to reach out to any of your friends that you might have at USDOT or FHWA and, let them know how much you support congestion pricing.
They won't hear from me on that. But that's a different, John has a follow-up.
Yeah, I just want to say that, Rachel and a lot of people have been saying, well, the 2024 capital program is in jeopardy if congestion pricing doesn't happen very soon. Part of it is in jeopardy, right? The $15 billion from congestion pricing is a little bit more than a quarter of that 5-year capital plan. Some of the other parts are already in place, right? The new online purchasing tax, that's already in place. What's not in place is the MTA's commitment to borrow. I think they were supposed to borrow on their own close to $10 billion. The state and the city have not come through on their pieces yet because they were supposed to be like the last pieces. And of course, the federal pieces are, some of it has come through and a lot of it still hasn't come through. So it's not, I wouldn't say that, well, if the congestion pricing plan doesn't happen soon, the 5-year capital program is in jeopardy. I think the 5-year capital program is in jeopardy, but it's only due to minor part the fact that congestion pricing has been so long delayed.
Well, I think, from my perspective, I'm looking at the data, looking at the numbers. There's a stark difference between this plan and the last plan. And yes, of course, COVID had massive impacts. We all know that. But I think it's worth thinking about that COVID impact, that $10 billion of MTA borrowing off of its own resources made a lot more sense in 2019 before the MTA's finances went off a cliff. To expect the MTA to use $10 billion of its own resources now just can never happen. So that $10 billion, it should be the absolute last dollar.
Yeah.
And the city actually is mandated to pay into the capital plan, whereas the state is not. So there is actually, I think it's something like $600 or $800 million of city capital tax or capital dollars that are in the receipts for the capital plan, whereas the state's $3 billion has not been paid at all. Just so you know, the city is actually paying.
And without opining on the congestion pricing plan itself, I think it would be a more fair characterization to say that COVID and the fact that the MTA is severely curtailed in assuming additional debt at this point, that's taking a huge chunk out of this originally $54 billion plan. It's going to be closer to 44, and that's not even accounting for the additional cost increases over these last 3 years. So that's the real reason why the capital plan is in jeopardy, not the delay in the congestion pricing. That delay is part of the problem, but I don't think it's the biggest factor.
We
Thank you.
might have to agree to disagree on that one.
We'll see what Jano says.
Right, yes. I also want to point out, so the funding, the $15 billion, which is, in our estimation, essential for the capital program, and
Isn't
completing-
isn't the other $39 billion essential also?
Absolutely,
Okay.
absolutely. But the other $39 billion doesn't go toward reducing congestion and improving air quality. And those are two key components of congestion pricing. And changing sort of the paradigm of making sure we improve transit to reduce dependency on personal vehicles. As Felicia said, nobody wants to get rid of cars. I live with a driver who commutes to Bayside every day, and that he really couldn't do that by train very well. So
He could.
He could.
Actually
but
could.
He could. He would have to take a bus to a train to a train to
Or
a
you
bus.
could take the crosstown train.
Um,
Or he could walk half a mile, Lisa.
At least, yes, he could.
Walking.
I know.
What a concept.
On either
Straight
end.
across 34th Street.
I know. No, we're in Queens.
Oh, I thought you said live
Uh,
on top of the tunnels on the
no,
Manhattan
on the
side.
Queens
Okay,
side.
got it.
Yep. So it would be, but the whole construct of congestion pricing, I think, is put in for funding the capital program, which is mandated. But the benefits that come with the reducing the congestion that will help speed up deliveries, will help get people to their doctor's appointments faster, will help get ambulances to their medical emergencies faster, and police to where they need to go faster as well, and people who do need to drive for whatever reason into the heart of Manhattan faster. It's all one of the benefits that people who continue to drive will glean too.
Yeah, I mean, I will just say this last thing, Mr. Chairman, which is congestion pricing. You talk about the benefits. They are, I won't say penalties, but negative inducements against driving. That was supposed to be coupled with vast improvements in service. The fact that, what you're suggesting, and we'll hear from the MTA soon, that the MTA is now going to find it very difficult to assume its $10 billion portion of the $54 billion capital plan, and therefore not be able to deliver on all of the system improvements that were originally envisioned as part of the impetus as a major impetus for the congestion pricing plan. That raises some pretty serious concerns, and we'll get to the bottom of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'd just like to say that if they don't get the operating funding that they need, that would be an even bigger problem.
I think fortunately, the state budget could be part of that solution in improving service. And hopefully the state Senate's one house will come in at a great level to make sure that the service is there for people getting out of their cars.
So for the record, would you all be in favor of the Invest in Our New York, which is additional tax increases? Because this money's not going to come from
We
nowhere.
don't have an organizational position on that, but we have a lot of positions on what subsidies.
Well, you have a position on
subsidies
getting.
could be eliminated. The fossil fuel subsidies. We don't like the film and TV tax credit. We are not thrilled with $500 million for Belmont. That's a lot of money right there on the table that we think could go other places.
Thank you.
Well, okay, well, now we are drilling down into the finances and how we fund our state budget, so. But let me just close out on the congestion pricing before I move into. Do you think the the federal DOT will eventually approve a congestion pricing plan? And what do you see that looking like? And when do you see that happening?
Yes, and soon.
Okay.
No, I think that we do anticipate that there will be good news for congestion pricing supporters in the coming months. New York is the first city to do this, but not the last in the United States. So they want to make it so that it's lawsuit-proof, resistant, and that it's responsive to all of the environmental concerns that have been raised. I know that the that reviewers from the Department of Environmental Protection And on the federal level, we're also deeply involved in looking at the modeling and at the application, and not just from our region, but nationally. So that added to some of the time. So I think that they're doing really due diligence that seems to many of us to be dragging along, but I think that in the end it's going to improve the outcomes, and that we'll see once the approval happens and the public document goes out. Then there needs to be a contract to put up the gantries, and they have up to 16 months to install those. So, it seems like forever, but it'll be here before we know it.
Thank you. I want to just realign myself with the comments that John Liu mentioned, that I don't believe that $15 billion for congestion pricing in 1 year will ever be realized. We will have to look at other ways to finance the capital budget and to make sure that we have sustainable income to do that. How we get there is hopefully something that we have some real discussions over the next few days, because it's important that we that we figure out a way to create a budget that makes sense for our state and for our residents. Listening to, as an aside, listening to all of the budget requests from groups all over the state, everybody's asking for double what they got last year. We can't go from a $255 billion budget to a $500 billion budget. As our leader was laughing the other day, she was like, "You get a car, you get a car, you get a car," which was an indication too that everybody's. Yeah, you get a train, you get a new building, you get a raise, you get this. But there's only so much that we can actually increase our budget and make sense without finding ways to make it painful for everybody. But that we will have to do it in order to meet the needs of all the state residents in this budget. So, with that, I want to realign myself with what Senator Liu was saying, that we can't depend on. There was a promise when congestion pricing was going to be done that the work to increase services would be in place before they turned on the congestion pricing spigots. Due to the pandemic, due to everything else, due to cost overruns, most of that is not in place. So there's going to be a problem to make that happen. The way that we finance capital projects, the way that we finance the MTA budget is going to be critical to making that happen. So before I go into Penn, let me just ask a couple of questions on where do you think MTA's efficiency is, and where do you see improvements that could be made? And that's not for everybody on this panel, because some just hear about Penn, but I know Rachel and Lisa could opine on where do you think MTA's efficiency is, what can be improved, and where do you see, how can we help make that happen on the state level? Now, we've tried to do it on a couple of bills. Senator Ramos and myself had transparency bills passed, but there are other things that we can do, like you aligned, to make sure that there's more transparency in the MTA. And do you think that their efficiencies have been realized so far? And what other efficiencies can they show us or project to us to increase our confidence in even giving them more money to manage?
So the transformation plan from our former governor, he who shall not be named, was. Yes, exactly. Was a failure, but it came at a time when COVID was decimating the MTA's workforce. So we saw a lot of attrition, we saw a lot of cuts, and we saw operating workers cut, and that was not the intention. I think that was a failed efficiency exercise. Unfortunately, that was the only game in town. But at the same time, the MTA does have a $400 million, efficiency part of their budget now. I think.
Have you seen any details on this $400 million?
It's been in the financial plan. I know.
Yeah, they keep saying they're doing $400 million, but has there been any specifics on where that money has been saved?
I don't know it off the top of my head, but I think what perhaps could be helpful is lining that out for you more. I think I'll leave it to the MTA to do that in their own testimony. My focus has been on transparency, as you said, because I think that the issues of efficiency are politically nettlesome, of course, with the unions and with the management and the workforce problems. Like I said, I mean, they are still hiring back bus drivers. They are still hiring back a lot of people. So it's not a simple fix on these things. I think, Citizens Budget Commission had a lot of efficiency recommendations that I think would be worth looking at. But on transparency, I mean, what we'd like to see is the public needs more confidence that to see for themselves where their money is going. And that's why, the MTA Open Data Act was very important, and I know the MTA has been building on that. They're actually participating in New York City Open Data Week in some hackathons with their data, and they're building up their open data team, and we're seeing some good progress there. The capital dashboard, the bill that Senator Ramos has, I think it would be helpful for the public to see where there's money is going more directly. And that's why that proposal has that not just the contract numbers and the vendor names, but, the source of funding. So when we do get congestion pricing, that the public can see, okay, my congestion pricing dollars went to this project. They went to this project in my neighborhood. They went to this project at this station. Because that's I think, how we need to think about not just having the MTA tell us what they're doing with our money, the public's money, but for us to be able to see it ourselves. And that's, I think, why we've been very focused on the transparency aspects. Not saying efficiencies, of course, are important. And like I said, I know Citizens Budget Commission has a huge amount of work, but, they have massive workforce problems that they're still working through with COVID that are complicating all of those efficiency efforts.
Okay, thank you. Lisa, you want to?
Thank you. I agree that transformation, terrible, transparency, wonderful, and that is going to help to restore confidence. One of the things that the MTA does really well is tell their story at its committee and its board meetings. And it does badly is telling its story to a larger audience. So I have the pleasure of sitting through all of those meetings. So the efficiencies that they've spoken about at some length sound awesome, like a really great start, and something that they're going to build on, that embrace technology, particularly looking at ways that they're going to use artificial intelligence, and not the kind that we don't like, but the kind that we do, that looks at how buses can tell you in advance when it's time for a checkup rather than waiting for it to break down. So working with technology to improve efficiencies in the fleet. Having one person at the head of two railroads has its problems, but what it also has is a really good opportunity to look at the synergies and ways to use best practices across the different railroads. So if Metro North is doing something really well, to bring that to Long Island Railroad and vice versa. And that's something that Kathy Rinaldi is doing.
Her being in both places was a good thing. You said it's a problem, but
Right now, I mean, there are some people who would like to see her spend more time in one place, and some people who'd like to see her more time in another. I think it's terrific that she is spending her time in both places because she can see how they both work.
Right.
We believe that there should be a president of each railroad, and she should be the person who is then overarchingly in charge of both of them.
More management, more money, more salaries.
It's essentially the structure that's in place now, but
Okay.
without the org chart, as it were. So the way that construction and development is working now has gotten so much more efficient. They don't just talk about doing things better, faster, stronger, for more money and less time. They're actually doing it. So that's the one aspect of transformation I think that was more successful, was bringing together those aspects of the building and planning and looking to the future of transit for our region.
Okay.
So building on what works and discarding what doesn't hasn't always been something that they've done well, but I think that they've got a good solid basis for the efficiencies. On the labor side, not really going to touch that, but I think that there are a lot of conversations that will be had in the coming months as contract talks get underway.
Underway, Okay, I'm running up against time, so I guess I'm gonna have to just opine. I wanna thank all of you for attending and speaking. I think we have a lot of work to do on efficiencies and transparency within the MTA to increase the ability of ridership to feel comfortable with coming back to pre-COVID levels. I think we need a lot more to figure out how we deal with congestion pricing so that it, as Senator Matera says, it doesn't scare away or overly burden people both throughout the system and figuring out a way to ameliorate the objections of New Jersey, the governor who's threatening lawsuits which may cause additional delays in the implementation of congestion pricing. I'm not saying I'm for them or against them. I'm just saying as a reality, it could be another 2-year delay unless we sit down and have some real discussions with what he really wants. I think that that we need to make sure that there are the issue of tolling every bridge is a problem for Queens and Brooklyn people already paying triple taxes to the city as it is. I just want to say I support what Senator Ramos said about making sure that Metro cards are available for all people, and that we also make sure that we have a mobility program. Access-a-Ride should be a totally mobile service, just like Uber and Lyft are. I don't understand why they can't get the technology to make that happen. The pilot program has been a blessing for many people. We need to make sure that that program is expanded system-wide. Just finally on the Penn Station, I want to thank all of you for, essentially agreeing that the general project plan is moot and dead. I mean, we all know it. It's just for the MTA and ESD. Not surprised ESD didn't show up because they've been still sticking to the old plan, which is a ridiculous plan, which we already know is dead 3 different ways because beyond Bernardo saying that they're no longer interested, Senator Schumer said he's no longer interested. Congressman Nadler said it doesn't work. So let's get with it already. We're going to lose that opportunity to get those federal dollars. And I also want to thank you also for bringing up Amtrak and recognizing that Amtrak doesn't want to play nice with the Long Island Railroad and the MTA. And we have to get beyond that thinking. As I think you said, Layla, other countries are doing grand and bold transportation plans. And as I've said at other public meetings, Penn Station and Grand Central Station in New York City is important. It's important to the city. It's important to the country. If New York is going to continue to be the economic engine for the city, we have to have mobility for people that want to work, play, and entertain themselves in New York. And those people are increasingly living further and further outside the city. So we have to make sure that if a person wants to commute from Boston or Florida or Buffalo to get to New York to do these things, because New York is still a place where people want to be for entertainment, for business, for major decisions, to see the Met or to see the museums or our cultural opportunities. We have to make it through a station that can meet these needs, and we have to. So hopefully, I don't know why they're still sticking to a plan that was done by a person that's no longer even here. I don't know why they're still sticking to a plan that doesn't make sense on the federal level, because even when it was presented to the federal DOT, they threw it in the second pile of consideration, which was a major hint there. There are too many hints to say that this plan needs to be thrown out immediately and redone immediately. How it's done, I've been presented with about 3 different plans from folks that have had history and development with the MTA, saying that they could do it better and cheaper without any mitigation above ground to all of the properties, without removing any of the properties or trying to build 18 stouts, through all of the different opportunities and through direct bonding makes sense to me, so that it could get done, as opposed to projecting on a real estate plan that may not happen for decades. So I just want to close it out. But again, I hope that, we can convince the governor and her team to do this tomorrow and throw this plan out, because everyone knows that it's not going anywhere. And for us to continue to have to endure this head in the sand attitude about it is very frustrating for me. I'm just a elected official from Southeast Queens, but I think since everybody else in the state has agreed with me, we need to get this done. So thank you all for being here, and appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well,
Thank
you can thank Jano. You can thank Jano. In fact, we need to.
At least the MTA is here to hear
Yeah.
you this time. It's good. It's the right order. People first. People first.
You mean just about here?
Well, let me have a little fun.
It's a half hour to 1 o'clock.
How are we doing? Let the reporters testify. That would be fun. Dave, you want to testify to this?
Trains are good.
Okay. I'm told that Jan Oliva is going to be here in 8 minutes. So, do we want to hear from him first, or do we want to have the next panel go first? You've been
You
here
wanna
since
testify
10
now
a.m.
before
You
him?
want to testify now?
wants to testify now
All right,
before
come on up then, Danny Pearlstein, Chris, New York Lawyers for Public Interest, Riders Alliance, Rethink New York, and the Regional Plan Association.
Thank you.
Okay, Joe Rappaport, Brooklyn Center for Independence for Disabled. I don't see you, but we'll let you testify because we're.
Well
Okay.
done. That was the best asserted comment.
All right, Chris, you're first.
All right, Boys Club.
Yeah, Boys Club, right?
Hello.
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 Hi. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here.
Do you have copies of your testimony you can give to my staff? I want to thank my staff and Senator Ramos' staff and everybody's staff for helping us prepare for today. And I want to thank the Senate for making sure that we have all of the proper pieces in place.
New York Lawyers for Public Interest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you can just state your name and where you're from for the record, and remember you have 5 minutes.
Sure. Christopher Schuyler. I'm a senior staff attorney with the New York Lawyers for Public Interest, the Disability Justice Program. I'm a person who stutters, so I'll repeat or block sometimes when I'm speaking. Just
That's okay.
Bear that in mind while I give my testimony. So yeah, pleasure to be here. New York Lawyers for Public Interest has been fighting on behalf of people with disabilities for 45 years. We're also a member of the Accessorized Reform Group Coalition, ARG. So I'll just kind of outline my main points today. I'm going to talk about improved accessorized service and funding, subway accessibility, and congestion pricing. So we acknowledge the budgetary and ridership challenges faced by the MTA. MTA system accessibility improvements will ultimately benefit all New Yorkers and the MTA's interests alike. Modernizing the system and making it accessible for the many New Yorkers who have long been shut out of the system, including people with disabilities, the elderly, parents, and caregivers, will encourage increased overall ridership. To start, we oppose the governor's proposal that the city increase its funding of accessorized from 50%, as it is currently, to 100%. The accessorized system is fraught with service issues as it is, putting full funding responsibility on the city, which can't independently raise taxes to pay for it, is a recipe for worsening service. The MTA is legally required to provide paratransit services. Access-a-Ride is a vital component of the MTA's complete transportation portfolio. The MTA cannot carve out Access-a-Ride service and put it on the city. So regarding accessibility improvements, so our focus is on improved Access-a-Ride service and subway accessibility. As to Access-a-Ride, we want the scope and size of the on-demand pilot expanded without service rationing. To end the use of assessment centers for evaluating Access-a-Ride eligibility. And we want the fare discounts available, which are available to fixed route riders, subways and buses, also extended to Access-a-Ride users. So that's including the monthly and weekly Metro cards, which can be significant discounts, and half fare cards, all of which are not available to Access-a-Ride riders. It's noteworthy that while the costs of Access-a-Ride are only a small portion of the MTA's operating costs, the Access-a-Ride system is as large as it is, 170,000 registered users, due to the inaccessibility of the subway system. If the subways were accessible, many people with disabilities who rely on Access-a-Ride could actually use the subways instead. We commend the MTA for earmarking $10 billion of the capital plan to subway accessibility projects. In addition to planned elevator and stair-free access, the MTA must also address platform accessibility issues, including the gap between platforms and trains, and also finish the installation of detectable warning surfaces on the edges of platforms. So just as stair-free access from the street to the platform is essential to accessibility, so too is platform accessibility. Finally, the congestion pricing plan needs to pass in order for the capital plan to be fully funded. With the MTA relying on congestion pricing to raise $15 billion of the total capital plan. We support passage of congestion pricing with the caveat that the MTA must ensure that all people with disabilities and those transporting people with disabilities are exempt from the plan. The law as it currently is drafted is vague as to the coverage and needs to be clarified. Additionally, MTA must ensure that the $15 billion raised from the congestion pricing, a proportionate amount of that funding will go to the $10 billion promised in accessibility construction. Passage of congestion pricing is also crucial because it'll improve air quality, reduce traffic gridlock, and will encourage return to the mass transit system. I'm just wrapping up right now. I see my time's expired. Yeah.
Go ahead, finish.
Thank you. The MTA must improve Access-a-Ride service and make subways accessible as required by law. Additionally, improving the accessibility of the subway system will promote increased ridership, particularly the many New Yorkers long shut out. To repeat myself, people with disabilities, the elderly, parents, and caregivers. Improving subway access will also reduce the reliance and costs of the Access-a-Ride system. So thank you for the opportunity to give my testimony today. I just would encourage you all to reach out to us to connect more on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Dan?
Thank you so much, Chair and committee members. My name is Danny Perlstein. I'm the Policy and Communications Director with the Riders Alliance. We are New York City's grassroots organization of subway and bus riders fighting for better public transit and through that, a more equitable New York. We take a look at the executive budget and the MTA budget, and we see a few things glaring at us. The MTA this year is spending $300 million more to subsidize the Long Island Railroad, the world's most heavily subsidized railroad, to bring new service to the east side of Manhattan. The executive budget also includes provisions for $150 million in new policing in the subway, and the governor has, since her announcement on February 1st, touted enormous investments in the film industry and in horse racing, just to name a couple of industry-specific subsidies. Meanwhile, the New York City subway and bus system are carrying 24 times as many people as the Long Island Railroad, and off-peak subway riders who make up the backbone of the service sector commuting outside the traditional rush hour are waiting twice as long, if not more, than rush hour commuters, many of whom are more able to work from home in the post-COVID economy. So we're here to ask for equity, in particular for the millions of off-peak subway riders who make the city and state's economy possible. And that equity must come in the form of more frequent off-peak subway and bus service. Off-peak subway and bus service can save hundreds of thousands, if not millions of commuters, upwards of 20 minutes a day. For people coming from your district, taking a bus to 2 subway trains, from people from the Assembly Speaker's district, again, taking a bus to 2 subway trains. Those are waits upon waits, transfers upon transfers, and we need to restore the time back in the lives of those people and the families and communities that depend on them. That is something that can be had in this year's state budget for $300 million. $300 million, again, the same $300 million that the MTA is spending and has long planned to spend, that was long baked in to operate the new terminal far beneath Grand Central Station. That's all we ask, and it's transformative. Not only that, we can't carve it away from somewhere else. As the new New York panel pointed out, we have to maintain rush hour service while augmenting off-peak service. Otherwise, we turn off and turn away rush hour riders, and we can't afford to do that. This is the ticket to improving ridership and improving MTA revenue via improvements in ridership. It's also the ticket to improving safety. MTA customers repeatedly report feeling less safe waiting for service on platforms or bus stops than they do on trains and on buses. More people in the system also means safer system, right? Eyes on the system, the kind of safety that we knew that grew dramatically from 1990 to 2019 when crime in the system plummeted 90%, when policing fell away almost to nothing, but ridership doubled. That was the ticket. That's the ticket to safety. It's the ticket to ride. And I want to add just a little bit based on the comments from Senator Liu at the last panel, which is that, you know, we are ready for congestion pricing in New York. We've been long ready. We are past ready. But congestion pricing will work better, and the whole system will work better. The MTA bus network redesigns will certainly work better if we have more frequent service so that riders and New Yorkers are convinced that the system is working better for them. We need a transit system that works better than the one we had in 2019 because New Yorkers have more options than we did in 2019. Plenty more people got cars, even more people started working from home. Bringing people into the system means not asking people routinely to wait 12 minutes for subway service in the middle of a weekday or a Sunday afternoon, right? And that's what we do today. And part of that is, as we discussed, you know, the disaster that happened because of the MTA transformation plan, the last attempt at efficiency. But part of that is because of the 2010 cuts, that each time the legislature has visited the idea of the MTA's crisis, it's demanded shared sacrifice from New York City subway and bus riders, folks who were absolutely tapped out. And to demand something like that again, and in fact not to redress the previous grievances, is to harm ridership. If we want to invest in our ridership, we have to invest in the service that the riders demand. And the last piece I'll focus on is just that the state has very ambitious climate goals that are now mandates. In 2019, you enacted the CLCPA. You mandated major reductions in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 and 2050. The Climate Action Council scoping plan finally came out last December, and it said we need to improve public transit to reduce vehicle miles traveled. This is the reduction. Making transit more time competitive with driving and other ways of getting around means cutting wait times. There's only so much faster the MTA can drive buses and drive trains, but it can certainly cut waits if you put the money in the budget for them to do that. I'll leave that there. Thank you.
Sam?
Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. As long as Penn Station is configured predominantly as a terminal station, we are at a dead end. The MTA and fellow railroads are still giving short shrift to the international standard of through running. Converting to through running would increase connectivity to our outlying counties, just as the subway did to the outer boroughs. Through running will eliminate both the need to demolish a block and 1/2 of 30th and 31st Street and the need to excavate for an unnecessarily expensive deep cavern station south of 31st Street. The proposed deep cavern station will cost twice as much as implementing through running and likely much more. We speak of fiscal responsibility, a big dig we don't need. We estimate the cost savings of implementing through running at $8+ billion, and it's probably more like $15 billion when you compare a big dig versus some of the simpler infrastructure changes we would make under through running. How, may you ask, are they getting away with this? Railroad spokespersons and their allies whispered to elected officials and to the press that through running cannot happen at Penn Station. This is based primarily on an April 2021 report of the FX Collaborative and WSP firms, which was commissioned by Amtrak, the MTA, and the New Jersey Transit. The report has never been released to the public despite numerous FOIL requests for it. FX Collaborative and WSP were, as you know, later awarded the contract to build the new and improved underground Penn Station. Hardly my idea of how you get to objectivity. The report, extracted in a deck presented to the Penn Station Community Advisory Committee Working Group by Peter Matusevich of the MTA, claims, among other things, that the southern tracks at Penn cannot safely get under the 6th Avenue subway, and as a result, through running cannot deliver enough capacity to meet future needs. This is as childish as it is inexplicable. The report's authors knew full well that under the Rethink New York City plan, the platforms for the southern tracks will be extended west under the Farley Post Office Moynihan Train Hall, using space now taken by an abandoned post office platform. Under our plan, the southern tracks will leave for the East River through the 32nd Street interlocking that has been in use since 1910. Why didn't they accurately comment on the Rethink NYC operating model? This is one of many misstatements in the report and extends to certain features of the northernmost tracks as well. The report has been inaccurate as to Rethink New York City's plan essentially from the moment it was issued. Yet the railroads and their allies continue to peddle the report as truth to discredit Rethink NYC's through-running proposal. This may have the effect of denying the region the transformative benefits of through-running. This is, of course, a tremendous disservice to the public. We do not intend to allow the inaccuracies in this report to last forever. Alon Levy of Pedestrian Observations and a fellow in the Transportation and Land Use Program at New York University's Marin Institute observed that the creators of the report should not be allowed to do work for the state ever again. He said that, I didn't. To quote Levy, by far the biggest single efficiency improvement at Penn Station is through running, but the report defrauds the public on the opportunity to do so. Engineers Vukan Vucic of the University of Pennsylvania and our own Robert Paswell of City College and formerly the head of the Chicago Transit Authority have opined publicly and frequently that of course we should be looking to implement through running as soon as possible. The Tri-State Transportation Committee has also come out in favor of through running, as has the Aram organization. As a result of the foregoing, we ask that the MTA and their railroad partners who commissioned this deeply flawed report be held accountable for this conduct. More importantly, we ask that a truly independent report be commissioned that accurately reviews Rethink NYC and other valid through-running proposals for Penn Station. I don't think Amtrak or any of the railroads should oversee that report. Bringing the region's transit options forward for the balance of this century and into the 22nd, and allowing us to compete with dozens of international cities and domestic cities will require no less. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mehta?
Thank you, Chairman Comrie and Senators, for inviting us to speak today. Can you hear me? My name is Maulin Mehta, and I'm New York Director at Regional Plan Association. I'll focus most of my remarks today on our concerns related to the MTA's budget forecast. RPA has long been a champion for a more equitable, reliable, and modern transportation network to serve as a backbone for our region. This only happens with sustained multi-year investments to make sure service improves and expands to meet the needs of New Yorkers. We are at a critical moment. Work-from-home trends have put pressure on the city and MTA finances. The average white-collar worker will spend about 30% less time in the office per week. This has serious implications for the city's finances, with estimates that Manhattan workers alone will spend $12 billion less annually as a result of these trends. As a result, ridership has struggled to get back to pre-pandemic levels. In February, weekday ridership across the network was between 62 and 66% of where it was before. Weekend ridership has come back more, with subways averaging 75% and the Long Island Railroad 91%. and off-peak commuting patterns, as many of my colleagues have pointed out, have also changed, highlighting the complicated new normal the MTA has to grapple with. This has consequences for the MTA's budget. Even with federal COVID relief packages, reduced revenue from the fare box has created a potential $1.2 billion fiscal crisis that jeopardizes the entire system's viability. We cannot address the MTA's fiscal challenges through surface cuts and layoffs. While those fortunate to have work-from-home policies might be able to adjust to drastic service changes, nearly half of all workers would not have this option. And as our compounding crises continue to push the most vulnerable New Yorkers further out, we risk enabling a more inequitable city if we do not act to secure the MTA. To do so, the MTA needs a new revenue model that provides a sustainable operating budget and supports more frequent off-peak service. One-time payments won't solve the problem and will create further long-term uncertainty. Governor Hochul's proposal to address fiscal challenges that everyone who benefits from the system contribute to its success is a fair proposal. Under the proposal, New York City will contribute 27% of dedicated taxes and subsidies made to the MTA, while New York State will contribute 37%. An incremental increase in the payroll mobility tax from 0.34% to 0.5% would generate an additional $800 million in recurring revenue, impacting only 5% of all employers, mostly from New York City. The PMT was critical for the MTA during the financial crisis, and despite fears for when it was adopted, it did not hurt economic growth, and in fact, more jobs have been created in counties where PMT is collected. The MTA is also committed to reducing its operating budget gap by identifying $400 million in savings through a number of efforts that will not lead to significant service impacts. If we make mistakes with the MTA's finances now, we risk creating a downward spiral of reduced ridership and less reliable service. Now is the time to invest, not disinvest, in the future of transit. And briefly on Penn Station, RPA has long believed our region's riders deserve far more from the busiest train station in the Western Hemisphere. We can all agree the station has serious safety, wayfinding, and accountability issues, and is unequipped to handle the capacity needs of the region for the foreseeable future. We strongly believe that it is essential to both renovate the existing piece of Penn Station and build an expansion to allow for increased capacity, as we do not believe reorganizing the station just for through running service will meet the region's needs. While some concepts about what the renovation and expansion might look like have been floated, we are largely withholding judgment until after the draft EISs are released for both projects, in the hopes that they will address many of the questions and concerns we currently have. As for the GPP proposed by Empire State Development, we believe that the GPP makes sense in concept, as building density in the area with the strongest transit connections in the region is good economic development and environmental policy. But we do think careful consideration of each pilot proposal for each of the development sites is warranted. If the GPP does not move forward, we certainly believe that New York State must find other funding sources in order to ensure the Penn Station renovation and expansion projects move forward, as RPA believes they are fundamental to the future health and prosperity of the entire region. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to follow up in further written testimony with any additional information you might request.
Thank you. Finally, Mr. Rappaport, Brooklyn Center for Disabled.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Joe Rappaport, the Executive Director of the Brooklyn Center for Independence of the Disabled, or BCID. We're a disability-led independent living center. We're one of 5 in New York City. And obviously, the ability to travel freely for people with disabilities, a huge hurdle for many people, is one of the most important things that we work on. We have 5 or so key points we want to make today. One, we do not support Governor Hochul's plan to defund Access-a-Ride by foisting it onto the City of New York. We think that's discriminatory and would result in poorer service and less innovation for the disabled riders who use it. And the Daily News and several MTA board members and other disability organizations have opposed this proposal. What makes Access-a-Ride different than from the F line or the G line or the B41 bus? Why should the governor and the MTA single out the one service that serves disabled New Yorkers exclusively, instead of accepting responsibility for operating a core transit service that's been its responsibility since 1990? The governor and the MTA seem intent on trying to make this failed system someone else's responsibility. That way, the MTA can blame the city when innovative plans like on-demand service don't move forward and substandard service continues. The governor's claim that nearby counties fund their own paratransit service systems, that's actually complicated because they operate their own bus systems and are obligated to pay for paratransit. However, Westchester County, for example, depends on $105 million in state and federal aid for its bus and paratransit system. Local levies make up only $62 million of the cost. Finally, on the funding note, assuming congestion pricing moves forward, a significant part of that revenue will come from New York City residents, and shouldn't the state be paying its fair share? And our groups did not take a position on congestion pricing. We want a progressive source of funding, and it looks like it's congestion pricing. It should move forward. It will pay for a settlement that my group and other groups made to make the subways accessible with elevators. It's an expensive program. It's a good program that the MTA finally settled this. We supported the settlement. We signed on to it. And that money is needed. It can't be drawn from a hat or grows on tree or whatever. It has to come from a progressive source of funding, and congestion pricing is the one that we have in place right now. Beyond that, we support funding for more frequent service, as the Rider Alliance and other groups have urged. We also urge the legislature to define safety more broadly when it comes to transit service, and the MTA as well, by, in your case, urging the MTA to advertise the need for masks to protect riders. We know masks work. I know people think this is like old news. 2020, we're supposed to wear a mask, but in fact, they still work. And even though the governor has lifted the mask mandate on transit and at health facilities, turns out that most hospitals, for instance, hospital systems, continue to require masks. So we urge the MTA, the legislature, to urge the MTA to advertise and hand out masks, and the legislature should also make the distribution of KN95, which is what this is, and an N95 mask a state priority in the budget. I have some comments about Penn Station. I think the focus on spending state money in one way or another on that project is mistaken. There are many, many other needs for our city, including on transportation, and I urge the legislature to focus on those. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank the panel. Does anybody have questions for this panel? John?
Thank you. So, looks like we have a little bit of a difference in opinion about the having Penn Station redesigned to be a, what is it called, through run? Through run versus a dead end?
Yes.
So you really want a through run, and you're saying that that's not going to provide enough additional capacity?
No, I think they're saying the same thing.
Well, it sounded like,
Why don't I try first? Amtrak through runs are mostly through runs. The commuter lines don't. The New Jersey Transit trains go back either mostly empty or they go out to Sunnyside and sit there for the day, and the Long Island trains go over to the west side and sit there for the day. And you just have to visualize that to imagine how inefficient that is. We think that through running will provide more capacity than the Penn South station that is being proffered, even using their numbers. And we think the cost savings, I know you're looking to save money, the cost savings conservatively are $8 billion. I want RPA to comment, and it's not for me to ask questions, but everybody likes to say you can't provide the capacity we need. Neither Penn South nor the through-running proposals we are talking about will give us all of the capacity we would need. You will likely need new tunnels to do that. However, two things. Through-running is a better plan out of the gate than the other one, separate and apart from what we might have to do in the future. And you have a fighting chance of commuting patterns changing, so there won't be so much concentration in Midtown Manhattan. But I don't want to speak for you, so Here you go, and it's interesting that we're sitting next to each other.
So
Well, that's the way we like it.
Point counter.
So I think there's a few things I'll point out. I think from our perspective, trying to reconfigure for through running would have significant disruption and significant operating construction costs for all of the agencies involved. And so we would look at, a significant time where service going through Penn Station would be problematic for all of the commuters going through there. Additionally, we don't think it's not going to solve all our problems for capacity, and we do think the expansion is necessary. And from my understanding, when you look around the world at different examples, a lot of the stations that have been built around the time when Penn Station has that have done through running have done so with expansion as well. So it's not just through running that would solve our problems. And then also, I think the other thing I would just want to point out is we think that there are ways to align the different transit agencies through technology, through ticketing, and other ways to kind of get the benefits of through running without going into the construction.
Well, but through running, why does that? You make it sound like they're mutually exclusive, expansion and through running. Couldn't we set up the through running? I mean, just intuitively, it's just seems to make a lot more sense operationally to not have to completely stop trains and then restart them going in the other direction.
I think the concern is just what kind of disruption we're going to see for all the commuters and for what the extent of time is. I think. Go ahead.
I think I can solve this.
Let me put a cap on this, 'cause I've never heard RPA turn into a bunch of wusses before, but this is, let me just go from there. We've had like 5 different developers that say they can do the through running plan and do it cheaper and do it without disruption. So let's move on from that statement, go forward. Thank you. We're running out of time. I don't want to be bothered with foolishness.
All right,
I'm very
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
disappointed in our RPA statement this morning. I want to thank the panel. Did anybody else have real questions? No, go ahead.
Yeah. Chris? Okay. Yeah, I want to thank you so much for your testimony. I do want to, you didn't submit a written testimony, so I just kind of went over some of what you said, and I might not have caught it. The detectable warning edges on the platforms is something that you're concerned about?
Yes.
And what else in that accessibility? You said beyond elevators and ramps.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you for the question. Yeah, so we're kind of like looking at it as platform accessibility. So there's a lot of discussion about providing stair-free access, elevator installation from the street level down to the platforms. However, many people with disabilities and others, once they're on the platform, there's a significant gap between the platform and the train. Oftentimes, it's a height gap, and it can be it can basically take the form of a step. And so, somebody using a mobility device cannot surmount that step. So we're calling for the MTA to address that with gap fillers. And connected, or to answer your question about detectable warning surfaces, yeah, the MTA is installing the dome kind of tactile surfaces that are often yellow.
The little bumpy.
Yeah, but there's still about 100 stations throughout the system that don't have that attention.
Okay.
People with visual disabilities are particularly harmed by that.
Thank you for that. Do you have any idea where those are? You don't. You can get it back to me. I just would be curious where those stations are.
Yeah, I think we have a spreadsheet with those stations. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Senator Ramos, then Senator Harman.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you guys for testifying today. I wanted to ask our disability advocates a few questions. I'll get into Access-a-Ride in a second, but we always talk about accessibility and Access-a-Ride at every hearing for the past 5 years that I've been in the Senate. What other improvements can be made to help those living with other disabilities, the blind, the deaf, the mute. Are there any suggestions or improvements that can be made to help them ride and use our public transportation system easier?
Thank you for the question. I'm really happy you asked that. Another area is for riders who are deaf. To have conductor announcements when they're actually verbally made on the train about emergencies or about station closure or skipping a stop, to make that simultaneously appear on a monitor in train cars would make subways more accessible for people who are deaf. Joe?
I mean, there's so many things, but I think, that Christopher mentioned, one, I would say that that there are some wayfaring, finding improvements that can be made. The Transit Authority, about 4 or 5 years ago, had a sort of sample station or a test station, J Street Metrotech, where it tried out different things. I don't know the status of any additional work on that. That would make it easier for blind people to get around the emergency evacuation or the emergency announcements. The current commissioner for the Mayor's Office on People with Disabilities, who is deaf, was at LaGuardia. That obviously is not a train station, and she's reported on similar incidents in the right. She was watching. She was there recently. Somebody she was near was having a sign language discussion with somebody who could hear, and she said, "Oh my God, there are announcements here. I never knew that there were announcements at LaGuardia." I've worked with Christina Curria on this question with the Transit Authority. We met with them. There has, since those meetings, not been progress. The other thing I just want to say in terms of bus service is obviously there are ways, and there are some places in which there are both visual and spoken messages about when buses come. That should be expanded.
The newer buses also
Right.
have screens in them.
And inside the bus there are screens, and announcements. One thing that is happening now is that there's a lot of reconfiguration of bus routes, and unfortunately, for many people, that means the elimination of bus stops, which we oppose.
Good.
That should be an absolute last resort. In addition, for all riders, but particularly for some disabled riders, having a bench, a seat, and ideally a shelter, along with the accessibility things that are that we just mentioned are really essential. No stop should be eliminated without making sure that a nearby stop has those amenities.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. My mom happens to be deaf, so I am very sensitive to all of these issues. With regard to Access-a-Ride, my office gets, I would say, 2 complaints. One is riders feeling like they're getting stranded, right, because wait times can be so long. So I would be interested in knowing if you guys have any recommendations to improve those wait times. And then secondly, which kind of conflicts with something that I very much enjoy personally, is open streets. And many people with disabilities saying that, open streets are actually end up being closed to Access-a-Ride, and especially for those who can't really travel too far to the end of the block in order to meet the car that is picking them up. So I just wanted to hear some thoughts about that.
So open streets, we've heard the same complaints. One solution that we've proposed and discussed is with putting service phone numbers on the barricades that block the streets. so that when and these streets are maintained and operated by volunteers right now, perhaps having more DOT involvement in kind of being on those streets or nearby in case somebody calls the service phone number and needs help with moving the barricades. So we understand that this has or is in the process of being implemented at the 34th Avenue open streets in Queens. Yeah. So, but we think it should be implemented everywhere throughout the city, and not sure why that's not being pushed. So,
in answer to the other question about reliability and pickup time and so on, I mean, look, I think Senator Comrie mentioned the idea of on-demand service using Uber, e-hail. We expect this for our own rides if we take Uber and Lyft, which I don't. But, that's something that we have grown to rely on. The MTA has this very small pilot. It says that it's going to expand that pilot. We don't know what kind of limitations that they will have on it. And my own view is that if funding is foisted on the city, the opportunities for innovation will be reduced.
I think one of the challenges is cars that actually are feasible for people who use wheelchairs to be able to.
Well, we sued the city, won an agreement that 50% of yellow cabs at least be accessible. I think it's at about 40 right now. No, I understand. We also sued Uber about their lack of accessibility. That suit didn't.
Uber all you want.
Well, unfortunately, it didn't go forward, but we did win some rules, some TLC rules that require an increase in the number of accessible vehicles. It's not perfect, but there are significantly more wheelchair accessible car service, Uber and Lyft vehicles than there were a few years ago. It has really increased, and people report that while there are major problems, and the number should be increased, that there is some access to them. The current system, it was designed in 1990. Some of these companies are using paper manifests still. It's absurd. So, I think the legislature can play a role in pushing the MTA to do a significantly better job. They keep bragging that they're doing wonderfully. They had a news conference in which they said our approval rating from Access-a-Ride riders has gone from 49%, I think it was, to 76%. That's, come on. That's going from horrendous to awful. That's not what you have a news conference about. And unfortunately, that seems to be their position, is that instead of actually dealing with the problems in the system, they sort of fudge the numbers. Thanks.
Just briefly on that point, as we support more frequent subway and bus service, and we've been joined by 13 accessibility advocates, including the two represented here, we also support narrowing the pickup window in what's considered on-time performance for Access-a-Ride. So right now, I think it's roughly half an hour, but I think narrowing that to 20 or 15 minutes,
6-minute service,
or dare you say 6 minutes? I mean, there's no reason to make it 5 times as frequent as it is today, and that also takes funding, though, because they have to do their pickups, potentially with more vehicles, and that's part of the package that we're asking for.
Luckily, we know who hoards the money. Yes.
Sorry, not to get into a big debate about this, but the MTA has proposed a 20-minute window. However, a few years ago, they had a system which they dropped called advance reservation, where vehicles showed up on time, not within 15 or 20 or 30 minutes. And they abandoned that system for something else because, in fact, ridership was increasing, and they didn't want to pay for a good service. That's what happened a few years ago. There are many other options.
I want more information on that.
I'm happy to talk with your office and you.
Thank you. Senator Holman Siegel has a couple questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask about, for Mr. Turvey, the mention of the April 2021 report by FX Collaborative and WSP that was commissioned by Amtrak, the MTA, and New Jersey Transit. Nobody's seen that report?
It has not been released to the public. Peter Matusevich produced a deck that theoretically extrapolated information from that report. Numerous organizations have put in FOIL requests, and they have all been denied.
And have you received any government, any elected officials' assistance in trying to receive that report?
No.
Okay.
I've had government officials mention that it has been talked about with them.
Okay.
And I
We should follow up
Okay.
on that to try to get.
the report, well, a new report needs to be created by a bona fide
Oh.
and objective group. But yes,
Okay.
we should see that report and figure out what the heck it is they're talking about.
should.
Because it's not our plan.
Okay, I'd very much
Sorry
like
to get excited about it.
No, I think that's an important piece of this puzzle because for those of us who aren't transportation advocates, we really, or experts, we're advocates, but we're not experts, rather, like you. We would like to know what that says. And then finally from Mr. Pearlstein, we're in the middle of budget negotiations. There's a lot of mixed messages. Whether the MTA, what it needs from the city, what it needs from the state, what riders are seeking, 6-minute service, congestion pricing floating out there in the background, money, that from the PMT. What are your, since you represent a large segment of our constituents who ride the subways every day, what are your marching orders to us as we go into the finality of budget negotiations?
The C train is advertised to come every 12 minutes, right? But every 12 minutes is sometimes 15, it's sometimes 20 minutes. The C is the most canceled train in the system, with 20% of Cs at times being canceled. That is an unacceptable level of service for New York City in 2023. That is not how we build back, shall I say, better, shall we say, at all. And so when you're putting together a sustainable financial plan for the MTA, I want you to recognize what Mullen said, which is that has to be coupled with more frequent off-peak service. Because the transit system can't get by just with the amount of money it had before, the amount of service it has before. It has to perform better than it's been performing over the past several years to rebuild ridership, to enhance the feeling of safety that comes with additional ridership, to bring people out of cars, and to rejigger the MTA's service plan for the modern service sector economy, which depends on in-person work from some folks who often commute off-peak, who often live in the affordable neighborhoods of the edge of the city, and less so on the people, closer to their jobs, frankly, who have less of a need to commute during that rush hour. And so the system needs to be more things to more people, and it needs better support in order to do that. We're asking for $300 million in this budget for that frequency.
Thank you.
Thank you. Due to time, I won't ask the panel any questions other than I want to thank you all for your continued advocacy, and I will definitely be talking to you on a regular basis. Mr. Turby, you remind me of a friend of mine from high school. That's why I keep looking at you. I gotta give him a call. I just want to again thank you all for your advocacy. I'm disappointed with RPA testimony, and I'm going to have a conversation with RPA offline afterwards. I just want to reemphasize that. I think it's important that while we focus on building and improving the state, that we do it with a future forward thinking in mind. Danny, I just want to say that, you mentioned the film tax credit and the racing subsidy for Belmont. Those are things that will generate billions of dollars in revenue. The racing subsidy is going to get paid back by BLTs. It's going to open up the property at Aqueduct, which is 115 acres of prime real estate. It's a plan that I support. The film tax credit, which I was so proud to support back when it first got started in the city council, has generated billions of dollars around the state for employers that have done everything from craft food services to soundstage development and work. And while we're competing with other states for movie and theater production, it's created a lot of jobs. So I would just ask everyone, as we're trying to figure out ways to raise revenue, don't shoot the messengers or the ideas without fully fleshing them out. So, but those are two things that I support, and I just wanted to speak up on their behalf. So thank you all for being here. We do want your help to figure out other ways to raise revenue, because this is going to be an issue that we all want the subways to be, especially with the off-peak service that you talked about, because that's a reality that we need to get the MTA to wrap their heads around. So thank you all for being here, And as soon as Jan Oliva is ready, we will start the next panel. Thank you.
He's ready.
You're ready, sir.
Good afternoon, Senators. Good afternoon, especially Chairman Comrie. I'm Jan Lieber, MTA Chair and CEO, joined by MTA Chief Financial Officer Kevin Mullins and Deputy Chief Financial Officer Jay Patel. Not much has changed since I was last before you a couple weeks ago. The MTA continues to face a projected $2.8 billion deficit in 2024. That is projected to grow to $3 billion by the end of our current financial plan in 2026. At last week's board meeting, the MTA unveiled an updated version of our budget reflecting Governor Hochul's executive budget proposal, which, if approved, would have a major and very, very positive impact on the MTA's financial situation. As I said the last time around, I think the governor's plan is balanced and that it makes sense. The governor's refusing to kick the can down the road any longer, instead addressing the fiscal cliff head-on using a balanced approach that supports the MTA's top priorities, preserving frequent, safe subway, bus, and commuter rail service for our customers. The first element of the governor's strategy is to get us at the MTA to generate savings, $400 million in cost efficiencies to be identified by our agency presidents and the folks who run the agency-wide overhead groups. All of this to be done without any service cuts, plus an additional $100 million that is proposed to be raised from increasing what has historically been the 4% biannual fare increase to 5.5%. As you've heard, the rest of the money comes from a couple things. A moderate adjustment to the existing payroll mobility tax that will raise $800 million a year starting in 2024. This is an idea. This is a man bites dog moment. The trade group that represents the people who will pay 75% of that additional imposition is supporting it. How often, as you have served in your capacities, have the folks who are saying we're going to be taxed saying, yeah, it's a good idea? That's what's happening with the PMT. And those New York City companies, as I said, will pay 80% of the additional tax, which is only on the largest companies, unlike the 2009 version of the PMT, which folks still remember. The other item is realignment of some outdated cost-sharing arrangements with the City of New York on paratransit and the City Department of Education Student MetroCard program. And in 2023, only a near-term one-time infusion of state general fund monies to address this year's deficit. But longer term, the governor's proposed dedicating funding from a portion of the projected casino revenues. We appreciate the interest the plan has received from all of you, from the members of the legislature overall. Since my last hearing, our team has been meeting with many of you and with others to discuss transit funding, and I know of your commitment to maintaining and even in many cases to increasing the frequency, reliability, and safety of our mass transit. I look forward to working with all of you on a solution so that we make sure that the enacted budget avoids austerity measures that would impact service. Nevertheless, because we are statutorily obligated to balance our budget, the MTA has to be prepared for any and all outcomes, including the downside scenario where the legislature's enacted budget does not address the fiscal cliff adequately, and we are forced to cut service to balance the budget and pay the bills. Accordingly, I've asked our operations planning team at all the MTA agencies to update those doomsday plans in case the governor's proposal is rejected or scaled back. These are unpleasant options, and they take time to implement if, God forbid, we are forced to do so. But as I said all along, we are optimistic that we won't have to go through that and that the legislature will take action. So far, we've heard from various stakeholders in civic and elected life who may take issue with one or other part of the governor's balanced plan. What we haven't heard from anybody is a viable, long-term, and sustainable alternative. The PMT proposal is not, as I said, anything resembling the 2009 initiative. Governor Hochul's version affects only the largest employers and does not impact on the previous exemptions created in 2011 and 2015, which exempted the vast majority of businesses because they limited the tax to folks with a payroll in excess of 1.25 or 1.75 billion in the case of this increment. The tax is spread out in an equitable manner. It applies and it tracks the origins of the deficit. The deficit is 75% attributable to New York City Transit and 25% attributable to commuter railroads, and the distribution of the new impositions that the governor is proposing would maintain that balance almost exactly. Our ask of the city, our partnership with the city is strong. I have to emphasize this. It's no secret that we've worked really closely with Mayor Adams, especially on subway safety. But in the issues that have come up with respect to the governor's proposal for adjustment of our financial relationship with the city, what is being asked is that the net operating costs of the paratransit system and the student MetroCard program, which is run by the City Department of Education, that has been placed in question, and I respect it. But I'm confident that this request, which allows the city to contribute a fair share, while ensuring those monies go to support activities benefiting New York City residents alone, and tracking the way these two issues are handled in our adjacent, highly populated counties that are part of the MTA region. Listen, previously when the MTA has run into financial trouble, which hasn't happened, by the way, since our operating budget since the PMT was created. The PMT has been a success. Shared sacrifices in the past have included service cuts and fare increases coming at the expense of riders. I have said all along that I do not want to oversee that kind of a response to this current situation, that we cannot rely on these negative solutions to get through the current financial crisis, especially since this was a crisis created by the COVID pandemic, not by riders or the MTA or indeed by anybody else in a position to fix it. It's not fair to the millions of riders who rely on us every day if we have to go down that route. And it would be especially heartbreaking to make cuts at a time when the operating agencies, all of our operating railroads, are setting records for on-time performance and customer satisfaction. Records. Listen, I've been bragging about this for a while now, but January was one of the best months on record on the subways. Weekly on-time performance was almost 86%, the highest in 10 years. This month is tracking the same. The commuter railroads have been fantastic. We've had a tough week on the Long Island Railroad. We have to fix what has diminished our riders' confidence. But up to now, in 2022, we had a 97% on-time performance on Metro North, 96% on Long Island Railroad, and January was even better on both railroads. I received some good news today from the monthly surveys that we do, which reinforces, again, improving customer satisfaction. All of our subways, buses, and paratransit are up. I'm not going to cite you the stats, but the 65%, there you go, I am citing the stats, 65%, 69%, and 77% respectively. Customers are continuing to acknowledge the improvements. We have a ways to go, but improvement is what we're about. And when folks make the mistake of just dismissing improvements, I think that they're creating a bad incentive structure for any government agency. Our job is to make things better and not to just dismiss improvements when we are managing to accomplish them. Listen, we're also delivering on the historic $55 billion capital program, which will be in jeopardy if the MTA isn't funded to the level the governor has proposed. I'll reiterate again, we have limited options to balance the budget on our own without the legislature's action and the governor's leadership. None of those are good, so we are counting on you. I'm going to skip to the end right there. The MTA is prepared with work with all of our stakeholders, you, our partners in Albany, Washington. We'd like more from Washington, but it's not happening yet. City Hall, controllers, advocates, budgeteers, to get to a solution. I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for adjusting your schedule today to accommodate us and coming to see us 3 weeks later. We have questions that members that are here and are not here wanted to ask to follow up because the budget hearings are so brief. So we'll start with Senator Ramos, then Senator Harlan-Seeger, then Senator Lou. Oh, we've been joined by Senator Gonzalez. Hello, Senator Gonzalez. Nobody told me you were here. Thank you for coming. Senator Ramos?
All right. Thank you, Chair Comrie. Hi, Jano. I appreciate you getting here a little earlier because I have to run out and get my kids from school. I was very happy to hear about the payroll tax, mainly because it's almost exactly like the one I proposed for childcare. So I'm flattered by the executive budget this year in that regard. I would very much like to see language included that says that it cannot be passed on to the worker, so that it truly is the employer who is paying this payroll tax, since they can afford to do so. And speaking of payroll, for the past few years, and some intermittent budget hearings, I have requested from the MTA payroll information for its top echelon, and I have not received that to date as I start my 5th year in the New York State Senate. I want to start talking about buses. I have agreed with Senator Lou, who in the past on the record has stated that one of the biggest hindrances for buses to move faster is, well, Metro cards, the time that it takes for people to pull it out and swipe. Yes, well, I'm a big Omni user. I'm a big fan of it, but of course that can prove very challenging and difficult for some folks, some older folks. And I'm wondering if there can be anything done in that respect, off-board fare collection, other methods in which we can ensure that we're not eliminating bus stops. That is a big concern, especially to the seniors in my district.
So we are very much, I think all of us, especially the Queens folks, because buses are so important for Queens, aligned that we want a faster bus system. I always say buses got to be faster than walking or it ain't mass transit. So I think we're all on the same page. What are the factors that go to that? One of them is the principal one that we're struggling with, I think we all know, is traffic. That the buses can't move quickly enough because there's too much traffic. So there are a lot of things we can do. One is traffic signal prioritization, and we're pushing like hell for that. The other is something that's actually before you this year, which is the bus cameras. We need more ability to use bus cameras to prevent the bus lanes from being blocked and also the bus stops. And so nobody wants to, the good news is nobody wants to give more tickets. But when we do have the ability to do these camera-based ticketing, it works because people almost immediately.
How many buses have them?
I think we're pushing 900. What?
Over 400.
400 now, but we
out
have
of how many?
Out of a lot. But by the end of next year, we'll have all of the buses that use bus lanes that will have them. So
The
we need to.
city's behind on bus lanes.
Yeah, I think.
How are
that
you working well with the city on that?
One, I would say we work closely with the city. They are our partners, and on bus lanes, they're in charge. But what we've said to them is the mayor has made a commitment to 150 miles of bus lanes in his first terms, and we want to work with them to make sure we get there. So we
How
are
did
pushing.
year one go?
What?
How did year one go?
I don't think they got to where they wanted. But
How do we think year two's going to go?
right now, so far, they're still trying to figure out how they get to something that would get them to a portion, the 1/4 of 150. So that's number one. We need more bus lanes. We need bus camera enforcement. We need traffic signal prioritization. So all those things. The other thing we're doing that you know about is redesigning the bus system. In the Bronx, where we've actually implemented some of these redesigns, straightening the lines out, we've had great success. We've improved speeds. People are thrilled. You know, shockingly, people actually hugging MTA bus drivers because they're saying they're saving half an hour sometimes getting back and forth in the Bronx. We're in the middle of that with Queens. We've had like literally hundreds of outreach meetings. We have to get to the end to have a faster system. I respectfully say that we have to balance the number of bus stops, which do have an impact on how fast a bus goes, with the
That should be
goal of
last
moving
recourse,
the goal of moving the buses faster so people can get where they're going. So we're in the middle of that and trying to get there as fast as we can. But the key is for you, I think, right now, is that ABLE legislation we have before the legislature for more bus lane camera enforcement rights.
I'll take a look at that. Jano, I happen to have lost my favorite MTA bus driver last year, my Uncle Ruben. And my Uncle Ruben had all sorts of opinions when it came to improving bus service. And I'm very curious as to why bus drivers are not asked for their opinion when it comes to the bus redesign.
Is Mark
AT
Henry here?
ATU's right over there.
ATU's over there.
In the house.
You know, the truth is, if they haven't been, they ought to be. I think, you know,
They
I
haven't
personally don't know that.
Can we formalize that?
I'm
I think
more than
I
happy.
think workers have a good
I actually
idea.
think, especially to understand, bus drivers understand where the traffic problems are getting aggravated, where the turns and the routes are most difficult in slowing us down. So Mark Henry's here. He's a great partner. ATU, I think your point is well taken.
Thank
What?
you.
It has been.
What's Will saying?
Well, Will is saying it's an integral part of the redesign, but if you're not hearing it, let's go back and
I'm
look at
not
it.
hearing it from the
Got it,
drivers.
got it.
That's okay. Next question. I was wondering if you think that it's fair to New York City public transit riders that the state isn't matching the 18B funding requirement like they do with other municipalities and local governments.
I honestly, this is an issue I don't profess to be an expert in. I do think that the broader point that you've heard for some of the advocates is if we're serious about MTA funding, let's structure it so that it could not be used otherwise. And I think that's a very fair point because in the past there
It
was
is a fair
some,
point, but then who is well versed on 18B so they can actually answer the question?
Well, I think
Not you, Dave Colon.
you want to take a shot because we want Senator Ramos to be satisfied with the answer.
Thank you, Jano.
Yeah, so the state does match the 18B payment, but since the Pataki administration, a law was passed that took the
Pataki
18B
administration.
money from the MTOA account, which otherwise would have come to MTA. So that.
I love reminding people that Pataki used the MTA like an ATM.
Right.
Yes.
So that, that is still in place and reduces the MTOA money available
Okay.
to MTA.
Well, I would be interested in working with you guys to figure out how we can remedy that.
Okay.
Right? What else do we have here? On congestion pricing, do you think we'll see FONSI within the next 60 days?
Let the record show I've got my fingers crossed. We have resubmitted to the feds. We think we're addressing all of the issues they've raised for additional modeling, additional issues they wanted us to deal with. This is, one of many back and forths we had with them, and we're hopeful that that approval will be forthcoming sooner rather than later.
Okay. I was talking to a few of the disability advocates. Perhaps you caught some tail end of that, in terms of some possible improvements that can be made for conductor announcements on both buses and trains. Now that we have so many screens on our upgraded train cars and newer buses, is that something that we can consider?
I'll look, honestly, I don't know. Here, the broad principle is we are doing ADA improvements faster by a factor of 4 than ever before. You know, we've got 35 stations in construction. We finished 17 since 2020, and we have 17 more that we intend to award this year. Every one of those projects makes a station fully ADA accessible in compliance with the law. So
No,
I know there's some
appreciate
back
that.
and forth.
I'm not talking
I
about
know.
mobility. I'm talking about, for example, for deaf New Yorkers.
Yes,
right?
no,
So-
ADA accessibility includes all of the various disabilities that you're ticking off. So we are obligated to make it accessible for people who have hearing impairments and visual impairments and so on. That said, if there are specific issues that the team needs to do, you know we've got a great group working on accessibility. Quimel Arroyo, Chris Pangilinan, a lot of progress. Happy to
Q's
hear
my
about it.
favorite.
Glad to hear it.
You know, many of us are advocating for 6-minute service. How do you think that your proposals to us and to the governor are aligned with those goals?
So right now, you have about 80% of our New York City Transit subway riders have 6-minute service in the peaks. We would like, we think we got there's a lot of service, and we're very proud of how well we're doing on on-time performance. I am never going to speak against more service. But the first issue has to be to make sure that we are filling the bucket that is, really short, $2 billion short, responding to the governor's proposal. If there is additional service wanted and additional money available, you'll find me a very willing partner in that discussion.
Help us tax billionaires. We can get you a ton of money. Might be a few of your friends. I was also going to ask, can I squeeze one more? I see you looking at me from the, no. I do have to go, but I get into it. Jano doesn't want me to go. I feel like he would.
This is a vaudeville act you guys got.
Update me on construction premiums.
All right, it's a very long conversation. Why don't we have that one offline? Since I came in, we have attacked the issue of what is called the MTA, what was previously called the MTA premium, that contractors would put higher prices on what they offered to the MTA. For a lot of reasons. Our contracts were unreasonable in how they allocated risk in a way that I thought was unprofessional. That we didn't respond quickly enough to legitimate change order requests, that the designs weren't well coordinated, that the design team and the construction team weren't in alignment. We should have a longer discussion. But the proof is in the pudding. We on the ADA stations that we've bid and done in this capital program, we're well below budget in terms of relative to cost estimate. The projects, the L train project, finished on time, $100 million under budget. Third track, double track. The Almont station, on time and under budget. The MTA has developed a reputation. I mean, I wouldn't say reputation, but is a reality, is becoming a quality mega project developer. I think the capital program, but is well underway, and I'm pleased with the progress. We still always have further to go.
No, I always appreciate that we agree on improving this issue because it really does hold us back, and I hope that we can agree that transparency on these projects and putting them online would be of great help in terms of accountability to all
The
of us.
MTA, I'm going to respectfully say that the MTA is very much among the very highest agencies in state or otherwise in terms of transparency. We have an enormous amount of data that's online, and we're going to continue to dialogue if there's specific data that's wanting, but I just don't want to leave the impression that we're not sharing a ton of data, because literally there are just reams and reams and reams of data in compliance with the state law.
All right. Jano, let's hope the E-train is running on time right now, okay?
Let's hope that the governor's budget is enacted by the legislature and the MTA doesn't have to cut service and raise.
We got better
fares.
ideas, Jano.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator Ramos. I just want to point out that on timeliness and projects, the MTA has done improved contracting due to design build. It's up for reauthorization this year. Progressive design build is an important piece of it. The MTA has adopted design bill, and I hope that we can make sure that the governor will support progressive design bill for the state agencies and the city, we've saved a lot of money from that. Senator Hoylman Siegel is next, and Senator Liu.
Thank you.
Senator Ramos, as you depart, your train is on time. We just checked. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Amazing.
Dano's having fun today.
I have fun with Jen. We have fun.
We have fun today. Let's see. Senator Hoylman Siegel.
Yes, that is the definition of MTA customer service, right here, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Good to see you. Just for the record, I support all of your proposals in the governor's executive budget, and also efforts to secure 6-minute service. What happens, Mr. Lieber, if you don't get these proposals specifically? What happens to the MTA finances, and more importantly, what happens to fares for riders?
So that is, I think, the key question. I really appreciate you raising it. The MTA board is statutorily obligated to balance the budget. And in the absence of the intervention and the changes that the governor's budget proposes, if that's not funded or scaled back, we have only 3 tools. The board has only 3 tools: massive service cuts, significant fare hikes, and layoffs. These are all doomsday activities. So we don't want to do any of it. I can't tell you what the scale would be because it all depends on how much short we are. But right now, Tom DiNapoli, your controller, said in that scenario, the fare hike would be north of 80 cents. We have the doomsday scenarios we're looking at for our, God forbid, for our service cuts are not unlike those that we planned during the worst days of COVID before the federal government came to the rescue under Chuck Schumer's leadership. And those were in the 20 to 40% cut and up. This is not where we want to be. It is the death spiral for New York City transportation-wise, but even more for economics, for bringing people back to everything that kept our economy going. So we don't want to do it, but those are the potential consequences.
Can you give us the doomsday fare projection?
I'm just going to look to Tom DiNapoli's. I would just say look to Controller DiNapoli. He said his calcs showed that it would be in the range of, north of $3.50. It would be somewhere between $3.50 and $4. That's what he said. It's not me, but that's his calculations.
And sorry.
What's the actual cost of a subway ride?
That's a very good question. All of the MTA, sometimes forgotten, all of our MTA operations are subsidized. Mass transit requires public support to become economically viable for our riders. A subway ride, the 275 covers like 43% of the overall cost of a subway ride. Now that's better than the commuter railroads, but it still reminds you, what we have to invest. But we get a lot out of those public subsidies in terms of our ability to put all these people in to do what we do economically and as a society. It's only possible with mass transit because there's no more room on our roads. We know we don't have the room anywhere in the city of New York or in the region for the type of traffic that would be the alternative subway. The city would come to a stop. So that's why I always say mass transit for New Yorkers is like air and water. We cannot survive without it.
And in terms of our colleagues who, some of them in the suburbs, who seem to be opposing the PMT increase, what's the case you make to them that this is in fact a carrying cost that we all have to bear?
Well, I mean, listen. In fairness, nobody likes. You say anything that's a tax, and people are going to say, the old saying was, "What? Don't tax you, don't tax me, tax the man behind the tree." Nobody wants to be taxed, and so I'm respectful of folks who push back. But what I say to them is, the commuter railroads, as much as the subways and buses for transit, the commuter railroads are what makes those communities possible. It makes it possible for those people to pursue jobs and education and health care and all the things that make it possible to be part of this great region. And the commuter railroads are the reason that their houses have a certain value. In the absence of real connectivity to jobs in the city, which they could not reach in these doomsday scenarios of no mass transit, their homes would have very, very different value. And the appeal of those communities for all demographics would be very, very different. I don't like to push people to feel like, I'm not saying to anyone, be grateful. I'm just saying, let's look at it. It's in your interest. And that's why it's important to note that the folks who are going to pay 80% of this, which is New York City-based businesses, have actually endorsed this. How often does that happen that the trade association representing the people who are going to be taxed says that's a fair idea? That's what the New York City Partnership did in response to the PMT. The other points we make to our friends outside the city are, one, it's not 2009. Only the biggest 5% of employers will be impacted. And those are the principal issues, that it's tax deductible federally. That's an important thing. It's not like SALT. It's tax deductible federally. And all of the doomsday scenarios about what the PMT would do to job growth in the suburbs have turned out not to be true, because you literally compare the MTA region suburban counties, which were subject to the PMT, albeit in a much reduced fashion after 2011. You compare those counties' job growth to the adjacent counties, whether in New York State or New Jersey, and their job growth was almost double those adjacent counties. So the idea that this is a job killer has not proved to have merit, and we should invest in mass transit. All of us need this mass transit.
And in terms of the governor's proposals, I would add a caveat in my support for the dedication of casino revenues to the MTA. Is there flexibility there? I mean, it's longer term, right? That was promised to the New York City public school system. If that's not in this enacted budget, what does that mean for you?
I'm not the expert on the casino deal and the casino. All I can tell you is the vision that the governor's put on the table has two principal merits. One, it does provide long-term security. Sometimes, members of the legislature say to me, "Oh, the MTA is always up here." I first remind them that it was COVID that put us up here, not the MTA's financial problems. It was COVID. But what the governor is saying is the incremental casino revenues for downstate only would be dedicated to the MTA. A little difference in how, depending on whether it's one of the VLT locations or otherwise, but that's her vision, is the downstate casinos that were added in recent years would be the source of this additional revenue, as opposed to the previous.
And then finally, you should probably speak about at some point the LIRR issue. I'm sure some of my colleagues might be asking about that. But let me ask you about Penn Station.
Sure.
If the GPP has dried up, what does that mean for you in your efforts to rehabilitate Penn Station? And are you getting adequate support from private enterprise in the area? Let me just mention again, as we've discussed, Madison Square Garden. Madison Square Garden sits on top of the busiest train hub in the Western Hemisphere. Are they contributing their fair share to the redevelopment of Penn Station at this point?
Listen, Senator Hoylman, you know that this is passion for me. That it has always troubled me, and I know many of the members of the panel feel the same way. That this busiest transportation facility that we have in the city, in North America, in the Western Hemisphere, is basically the dump that the 1960s bequeathed us. It's wrong. It's not respectful of our passengers. It hurts. It hurts all of our goals that people should commute, that they should use public transit, and it's just wrong. So we've taken action. I just want to make sure. Today I went to Moynihan for a meeting of the Northeast Corridor Commission, and I walked through Penn. If you haven't been in Penn recently, you got to see it. We have expanded the corridor that was one of the worst parts of Penn, that crummy Long Island Railroad corridor between the 7th and 8th Avenue subway, where everybody went back and forth next to the Kmart. And it is the major spine of the whole thing, and it feels like a first-class transportation facility. But then you turn your head, and you're back in the dump that was bequeathed to us by the 1960s. So number one, we got to change that. Number two, we put on the table a plan, which, again, all of us can, and I respect everybody's point of view. There are a lot of points of view to debate, but the one thing that is the core principle to me is action now. Because there is the perfect, and there are a lot of good ideas that are out there, But we have to find a way to do a project this complicated because now is the moment we have a window of opportunity to do heavy construction. Long Island Railroad customers, a significant chunk of them went across to East Side Access, to the new Grand Central Madison terminal. The Westchester customers on Metro North are coming into Penn. Now is the time to do the heavy construction to change that experience. So I'm focused on finding a way to do that. To your question about the private sector, one aspect of this is that we need to get control of that taxiway, which has been closed since 9/11. It's just a place that Madison Square Garden's trucks and construction vehicles and some police cars are sitting. It's a complete waste in the middle of this incredibly important transportation facility. We want to turn that into new entrance and egress. We can all debate, again, whether it's the perfect, but this Penn Station needs entrances and egress. It's a safety issue. Grand Central Terminal has exits in every direction. It is incredibly porous. Penn, not so. We put in one bank of escalators on 7th Avenue, huge success during COVID. Now we need to grow that. And Madison Square Garden needs to give us the right to use that taxiway for public transportation use. It's completely unused. It's just wasted. And the reason they need us to do it for their own benefit is that they can't get their trucks into the loading dock there. So they're sitting out on 33rd Street, spoiling the air, blocking pedestrians, and ruining the streetscape.
So what's
we
the
need
hang-up?
them as part of this special permit process to work with us to fix their loading docks. It's all in our plan.
Well, I hope you get that. I hope that riders cannot afford a fare hike. I hope that we are able to provide you with the resources you need to grow our economy, to get folks back on the train, to fix Penn Station. Look forward to the partnership and making certain that the private sector, including Madison Square Garden, does its fair share for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
Claire?
Is this on? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Thank you for being here today, and thank you for your testimony. I am Senator Cordell Clear. You know I represent Harlem, East Harlem, West Harlem, the Upper West Side, and a portion of Washington Heights. And I also happen to be chair of the Committee on the Aging in the Senate. And I am deeply concerned about accessibility for our subway stations in particular. I know I heard you speak earlier that you have done some, you have more in the pipeline. I did get to see a report today, I think that New York One did, and it listed those stations. And among them was the City College, the East Side 110th Street, Lexington Avenue line, and the 148th Street. But there are more stations, there are many stations in Harlem that need this accessibility, and I'm thinking in particular of 155th Street, which is probably one of the deepest subways in the city, who have long awaited accessibility. And is there a way that we can move forward with the plan in a way that addresses some of these real deep needs, especially in low access neighborhoods like mine?
So thank you. As I said before, we are doing station accessibility projects at like 4 times ever before. In 1988 was the ADA. The MTA and the Department of Justice at that time made a deal for 100 stations that they thought were the quote-unquote key stations. Those were done. But where we are now, the world expects all stations to be accessible. And that's not unreasonable. It's just good for our society. It's for seniors. It's for families with strollers, obvious. So that's why we have really kicked it into gear, and we're using $5 billion of our capital program for that. The prioritization process is done in tandem with disability advocates, and it takes a lot of things into consideration. I don't know where 155th figures on that, but let's have a discussion between you and the chief accessibility officer to get into that, because I know the station, and it is deep. It's the IND, right? It's the D train, right?
Yes.
So I know exactly what you're talking about, and it's a good point.
Okay. Well, having said that, I think a conversation has to be equally with the accessibility advocates, but we have to consider our NORCs. We have to consider our seniors. Is the MTA part of the governor's master plan for the aging?
I honestly don't know, but
Okay.
I'm happy to look into it and participate.
You
if appropriate.
definitely should be, because it relates to this as well as the removal of bus stops. You know, we have bus stops that are being removed, and the MTA may not be sensitized to naturally occurring
Oh, no,
retirement.
your constituents let us know.
Yes,
we are
they
very
do.
quickly sensitized.
Please.
We had a church bus
Yes.
stop that we
And
put
thank you
back.
for your work on
Yeah,
that.
no, we get it.
Convent
We get it.
Avenue.
We'll be in dialogue.
Okay, and I think, earlier the advocates here were speaking about, let me make sure I get this term right, detectable warning edges on platforms.
Yes.
And they talked about addressing the gap between the subway and the platform. Is that something that can be addressed
Yes.
system-wide before they get completely accessible, but just as a safety issue, can we address that in all those stations?
I think, as the advocate said, there's a relatively small number of stations that don't have it. One, we address it. It's part of the ADA project wherever we do an ADA project. Two, we've committed, even where there's not an ADA project, we've gotten money to do that in the next couple of years. So
Okay.
it is very much on the priority list. We don't want to have any more stations that don't have that.
Okay. Let's talk to you. Okay. And any update, another big concern of mine
Yeah.
is transit deserts and the Second Avenue subway.
Listen, when I always tell people Second Avenue subway, I have a Second Avenue subway, a tie from the old elevated trains that they knocked down in the 40s and 50s.
Right.
And they told everybody in East Harlem, you're going to have a subway, we're going to build you a subway. And here we are. We
100
owe those
years
people a subway. It is the most transit-dependent neighborhood in New York City based on the use of subways relative to cars.
work, right.
They need the subway.
Yes.
It's an equity issue because it's great that we built the first phase. It all happened to end at 96th Street. Anybody remember 96th Street was like the old border, right? We don't live in that world anymore. Let's get the Second Avenue subway finished. I'm waiting for the federal grant to be approved, multi-billion-dollar federal grant. Honestly, I need to know we're going to get congestion pricing because I can't. But the MTA realistically is not going to be able to cover its side of that equation. For another $3.5 billion coming out of MTA capital program, if if congestion pricing for some reason falters. So we have two things we got to do to win the federal grant once and for all. One, we got to get our budget balanced so the feds will find, yes, you have enough money to operate this new big subway we're going to pay for. And two, I have to know that the capital program includes the funds from congestion pricing. Then we will get that grant and we will build the Second Avenue subway. We have 100% drawings for the first phase of that project, and I'm dying to put it out to bid.
Okay, and you said we're going to get it. I saw you earlier. You did say that.
I'm going to get it, but I just want everyone to understand that we have these things that, God forbid, could knock us off course.
And the
right?
last thing I'm just going to say is on Access-a-Ride.
Yeah.
And, I see people sitting, waiting for hours and hours. I mean, after service, after appointments, and it's really painful. I've even sat and waited because it's not even safe. And sometimes the elements, they have to wait outside. What can we do about fixing the
Okay.
Access-a-Ride?
So what we can do is to do what we're doing, because what we're doing is we've gone from, 70 and 80% on-time performance to 95% on-time performance. The rate of no-shows is dramatically down. Now, some of my friends in the disability community say, I think you heard one of them
Yes,
say,
something like
I've
that.
gone from awful to bad or something like that. We will continue to fight to get better because those folks deserve. And one point that was sort of talked about is we are in the process of adjusting how we measure ourselves to a shorter window of on-time performance, like cutting it by a third. So we are making progress. We got a ways to go, but I believe passionately that those folks should not have a bad experience. Dr. Marcella Maxwell, who you may remember, who an education activist from Medgar Evers College. She came to that press conference where we announced the progress on Access-a-Ride, and most 70% of our rides now are in taxis, in black cars, not in Access-a-Ride vans. And she came up and she said how much she was enjoying the service because she is of an age where she requires it. So we're going to keep trying to get better, but we're making progress. So let's not disincentivize people to work hard and make better.
Okay, let's continue the conversation. Thank you, especially
Thank you.
Second Avenue subway, not just in terms of the subway, but employment and contractual opportunities.
Amen. President Biden has made it possible for us to do local hiring for the first time
Well, we need
in
that.
federally funded projects, and we're on it.
Yes, because the same neighborhood that didn't have transportation has not had jobs and has not had opportunities to be a part of these projects.
I
So
hear you.
I want to make sure that door is open. Thank you.
Sir. Senator Lou?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to our friends at the MTA for coming to another hearing. There's a lot been said about the Capitol, and I have said this before, I'll say it again. I think the MTA has really, really upped its game on capital construction in most recent years, and, I do give a lot of credit for that to you, Mr. Lieber.
Thanks.
You came from a capital background, and it certainly has served not only the MTA well, but New Yorkers. So the 2020 to 2024 capital plan, that's been derailed. Question is, how quickly can you get it back on track?
So I wouldn't call it derailed. We
I
definitely
call it derailed.
That's okay. But
It's 2023.
It's 2023, and you know what we did in 2022? We did $11.5 billion of commitments. So we are
Of the 2024 capital plan?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
And the result, the reason that's important is that obviously 20 and 21 were impacted dramatically by COVID. We could not assign any of our federal, anything other than federal money to capital for new projects because we didn't know if the money was coming from Washington. We might have to use capital to keep the lights on. So those years were washouts. I think we did, $8 billion together, 7 or 8 billion together. But in the first year where we had really the opportunity to we knew we had money.
So you committed $11 billion in 2022?
Yes.
Of the 2024 capital plan?
Yes.
And by the way, you still have a long way to go on the 15 to 19
I got to
capital
disagree
plan.
with you on that one. Everything that remains, we've knocked out almost all of the prior capital programs. And what remains is projects which are dependent on third parties. So what remains from 15 to 19, for example, Second Avenue subway. We had a chunk in 15 to 19 capital program for Second Avenue. That hasn't been spent. We have projects that are dependent
You
on...
mean the second phase?
Yes.
Not
yes,
the original?
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
The phase two. So I'm happy to go over it with you, but I think where we need to focus is the
All right,
fact that
so
we can pump the work out.
So I'm a little too pessimistic in saying that it's been derailed. It's just been delayed.
It's just been delayed because, like everything else, COVID caused delays. But
it wasn't just COVID, right? The federal government threw a wrench into congestion pricing even before COVID hit.
I haven't, honestly, as long as we get to where we need to get to in the next period of time on congestion pricing, it will not have delayed our capital program. I have no cash flow problem. I just need the congestion pricing approval in time to award new projects that are going to depend on that money.
It was said earlier in this hearing that the MTA has had to commit to a lot more bond financing during these COVID years. Is that not true?
You want to take that?
Yeah, that's incorrect. So there was the...
I don't care.
The short term.
There was the authorization, the 2.9 billion deficit financing for COVID, which part of the plan is we're paying that off this year and not bonding it long term. So we didn't spend the money. That's going away.
So the entire 2.9 is
The
going to
whole
be paid
point
off?
is being paid
Assuming
off.
the budget is
That's correct. That's part of our, we took $200 million of debt service costs out of the financial plan by saying we're not going to bond that. Let's act now. Let's get these.
Let's
in
take a
place.
moment because you've raised this issue before. This is important. That Kevin's plan for how to restructure our debt is bringing our the percentage of our operating budget that is paid for that goes to debt service down to 15%. There were some years when people were getting agitated, understandably, because it was pushing 20%. So we have restructured so that we are spending much less of our operating budget on the debt service.
Well, $200 million less.
Well,
So
Well,
it's
that
2.7 instead of
and
2.9.
again, and then another 200 to 300 million lower in addition, because if the governor's plan goes through with some of the resources, part of our plan, if you look at how do we get rid of the $3 billion deficit, part of that is taking our resources, being able to spread them out, and part of it's reducing debt costs to get
Okay.
to the 15% and so forth and so on.
That's fine. My main question here is that $54 billion capital plan that you spoke about.
Yes.
10 billion of that is due to the MTA being, well,
No,
that assumes that the MTA is going to borrow an additional $10 billion, 9.792 to be exact.
Well, correct, couple things. 10 billion, which we used for the 11 billion in commitments last year, are going to be bonds funded by the capital lockbox that has the other tax revenues in it, the for-hire vehicle charges and the state and city sales tax. So that's how we funded. We've committed against those projects. You're right. We have between MTA bonds and Triborough bonds, we have 8 billion MTA bonds and 3 billion of Triborough bonds that we have to issue over a period of time. That's already been, the debt service on those bonds have already been built into the budget.
The 15% includes.
Correct,
that.
includes all that. So when you look at the major pieces, we've built the debt service for our bonds that were in the original plan into our financial plan. We've bonded against the 10 billion of new dedicated sources provided by the state.
That was prior to 2019, right? Those have been in place for a long time. The sales tax.
Correct, but they were put in place solely dedicated for the 20 to 24 capital program. So
Okay.
they're required by law to only be used for 2024. The two other big components, 3 billion from New York State, 3 billion from New York City, both on schedule. The city's committed $1.3 billion. We're working with the state for a matching amount. Those are moving forward. The big piece that is missing is the 15 billion from congestion pricing, and that's the piece that is supposed to go to back projects that are, we're going to be committing to over the next year or two. That's the piece that's missing.
And what about the 7.5 from the federal?
So there's two pieces of the federal. That, we get roughly, $2.5 billion a year from formula money, and that's been flowing. We just had a hearing for a whole bunch of projects to do our next tranche of federal grants, so that's in place. The other big federal money that we compete for, like Phase 2 of Second Avenue Subway, the new starts, again, exactly what the chairman said, it's dependent on two things. The feds want to see that we have fiscal balance, and they want to see that we have the capital for our match, which is congestion pricing.
All right. So, this came up earlier because there were concerns that the MTA may not be able to fully follow through on the 2024 capital plan, and that's a concern, because if it's everybody keeps talking about congestion pricing being delayed or derailed, and that's going to throw a big wrench into the capital plan unless we get congestion pricing going. There was a concern about, well, what about the other pieces? Because 15 billion is only a part of 54 billion. You're saying that
the other
whole
pieces,
plan is intact.
The other pieces are intact, assuming the governor's plan on funding our operating deficit is intact. Because if that doesn't go through, then we, without the operating budget in balance, the other pieces, can't get done.
Yeah. All right. So, I just want to remind, I don't think you need to be reminded, but I'll remind you anyway, that many of us agreed to congestion pricing with the full understanding that there would be significant increases in service, that it wouldn't simply be to maintain the status quo, and certainly not meant to plug any deficits that the MTA was already faced with. So based on what you're saying, right now. I take your word at face value. I think it sounds to be intact. That's a good thing.
Correct.
There has been continued talk from you guys, the MTA, that our ridership is substantially below pre-pandemic levels. Pre-pandemic, say 2019, the advocates have said that, well, pre-pandemic levels are not what we want to get back to, because that should not be the 100% benchmark.
Yes.
That was more like 130%. So is there some notion that we're trying to get back to the fare revenues based on 130% usage, or
No.
are we right now at what some of the advocates called the right size?
Well, listen, we can all. I always want to see more people on the subway because I'm
Well, you
responsible.
gotta provide more service.
We got to provide more service. But just so you know, our financial plan is built around some projections about ridership. So it shows us where we are right now, and we're actually on the plan that we set out, 9 months ago. 67, 68, 2/3 roughly of where we used to be. And it projects us getting into the low 80%, but not until 2026. So we're not building this financial plan around the idea that we're going back to 100% of 2019 service. We're building it around what I think are realistic projections that show us still down somewhere between 15 and 20% even at the end of this financial plan period.
Okay.
Correct.
Well, that's also good news. When it comes to the frequency of service,
Yes, sir.
You talked about this before. Advocates continue to talk about. I support a 6-minute wait, no longer than a 6-minute wait. I suppose during rush hours it's hard to improve just because you have tunnel and track constraints that you're basically running the most number of trains possible, physically possible at this point.
So, like I said before, 80% of our customers during rush hour do get well short of 6-minute
Yeah,
service.
yeah.
You're a man who knows the 7 train, right? And the 7 train
I
runs
know
at
the
like
7 train.
2-minute headways in the peak. So,
I think what we're not talking about 6-minute service during rush hour. We're talking about 6-minute
I
service
understand.
during off
I
peak.
understand. And listen, I'm always, like I've said again and again, I'm a big supporter of more service in general. 6-minute service right now has a couple of, throughout the 24-hour period, has some challenges. It has to do with people and do we have enough people? Do we have enough equipment? Would we have enough opportunity to maintain the system? But more and more I've heard from advocates talking about, although they're not saying the 6-minute service is not their goal because they've been very clear about that, but they've been focusing more on frequencies in the evening and frequencies on the weekend. And we are, I'm not disagreeing with them. I would love to run more service in the evening and on the weekends, but it's a matter of money. We all know that that's the issue.
So what's the price tag?
What?
Do you know the price tag?
Yeah, I think I've been asked that. I think that, roughly somewhere between $150 and $250 million to do some improvements. I don't, we'd have to get into how much on weekend and evening service. You can knock a couple minutes off of many different lines, headways.
I would suggest that you kind of give the public a menu.
Yeah.
In terms of, what additional service improvements or increases can be had for what price tag.
It's a fair point, but you understand that my message has to be and will continue to be, we must first deal with the deficit that has opened up before we start. We need to bake the cake before we go for the double extra frosting, right? And because it is our responsibility to make sure we don't have to kill service for people who depend on it.
Let's talk
Let's
talk for a minute about that cake, because I think it's very admirable that the MTA has been able to eke out a $400 million savings as part of the governor's plan. Right. Now, what changed that suddenly allows the MTA to come up with $400 million? And couldn't you come up with $700 or $800 million instead?
Listen, I started this at the beginning of this year. When we saw what was happening as we were headed towards the fiscal cliff, we said we need a very aggressive, aspirational goal for what we are going to do to contribute to what has to be an all-stakeholder solution led by the legislature and the governor. So, we wrestled about what was realistic and what was, achievable and what was a reach. This is the reach number. We're going to get there, but this is a lot of very serious discussions about how do we run things more efficiently. Part of it is using technology and data. We're all enthusiasts of data. We have to use that to to do our inspections of things like buses and subways on a more efficient basis because we know enough about which systems will fail when, so we can change the frequency of our inspections. We're also very focused on availability because we've lost 10 days a year per worker at the MTA. So we have to do more to help our workers who get sick or who have family issues or otherwise get back to work.
Well, look, I mean, I appreciate the $400 million savings. That's annual, by the way,
Yes,
right?
correct. And it's going to be permanent.
I think the mayor asked all his agencies to reduce their costs by about 5%. And that $400 million is significantly less than 5% of the operating costs at the MTA. So it seems like if you were operating as efficiently as city agencies, maybe that $400 million could even be $600, $700, or even $800 million, and then you'd be able to pay for some of that additional service.
Listen, 80% of our costs are personnel.
Understood.
And so we, part of this exercise is we're not saying we're going to cut people.
Well, wait a second. I don't think it's 80%. I think it's less than 80%.
80% are personnel, benefits, and pensions, all of which are well known to our friends in the legislature and elsewhere. So that's where most of our costs are. And part of this exercise is not cutting people. It's trying to operate more efficiently. So it's a much smaller pool than the whole $18 billion budget. I don't know if the city government, as part of their cost-saving exercise, has ruled out just laying off people or sweeping vacancies. I
don't think the city is looking to lay off people.
I don't want to just sweep vacancies randomly and say those
the
jobs
vast
are gone.
majority of city agency expenses are also personnel.
Okay.
My last thing that I'll bring up with you is what we talked about last time, which is free buses. Free buses. They're doing it in Washington. They're doing it in a number of other cities, Boston. Now, I know you're going to say those cities are much smaller, and that's true. But I would imagine that a city like New York, you'd have more efficiencies to draw from. So size the fact that we're a larger city does not intuitively lead anybody to conclude that it's more difficult to have free buses. You don't have to, I know what you said last time. It was just a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
You kind of mentioned that if we gave free buses, too many people might be taking the transit system.
No.
And that's
what
not.
I said. No, I didn't say that.
All right,
Respectfully,
please,
I think. Listen, I would rather not just go back over the same issues because we had this dialogue, and respectfully, I think the same issues apply. One, Boston is 3 lines. Washington's doing $32 million. That is putting at risk $32 million. For us, this is a $1 billion issue. And we have not really studied the consequences of inevitably people moving from subway to bus.
Sure.
They will have longer commutes because they will be choosing to save some money. We respect them. They've been choosing to save some money and having longer commutes. What does that mean for our economy and our society? But what does it mean for our ability to provide enough buses that will accommodate all those additional patrons? What does it mean for the financial consequences of having a subway system that's losing ridership where they'll presumably be paid? What does it mean for the consequence of people's habit of fare payment? I'm not criticizing anybody, but we had, during COVID, we made the buses free. We did an experiment, and we've had an explosion of fare evasion. And I don't know what the cause and effect is there. Again, no blame to anyone, but this is a huge issue that we should not lightly undertake experimenting on New York.
And I'm certainly not taking the issue lightly. I think it is a goal I personally think it's going to happen. It's just a question of how quickly we can make it happen. And the fact that you sound like you've been thinking about it, that makes me excited. All right,
And you know
because
what?
you're absolutely right. It's not going to be easy. There's going to be a lot of consequences, both intended as well as unintended, and it would be the right thing to do for the MTA to really study the feasibility and how, at some point, to implement free bus service. You don't have to answer that right now, but at least we have to think about it. And you could do something that is tried and true in New York and beyond, which is have some kind of pilot program. You mentioned you already have some experience from the COVID years. During the COVID years, utilization of the subway system was much, much lower. So not all of that experience is going to be able to be translated to what would happen, in the near future if buses were made free. Yeah. But you could experiment on some portion, in some areas where people take the buses to subways, there's not going to be any cost impact there whatsoever, right? But you will incentivize more people to leave their cars at home and ease the traffic situations, which then makes the buses even quicker and more reliable. I mean, there are so many. We can think of all the negative consequences of making buses free, but there are also lots of positive ramifications as well. And
I just want to make it clear that I'm passionate about making our bus system better. We're talking about different approaches, but it is one of my principal goals. It's the only mode-specific thing that's on the goals that I set out for our agency in my time, and it's really a big one. We got to make the bus system better. You and I agree about that.
Let's do that before teletransportation comes along, please. Thank you. In the absence of our chairperson, we will go to Senator Matera.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. It's great to see you.
Likewise.
And our chairman has left us for a little bit. He'll be right back. Yes, he will. And I want to thank you so much. And we saw each other up in Albany, and then I really appreciate after our hearing in Albany, your staff got back right away. I know Mike's in the back over there, right? And Mike and your staff, we had a great conversation without even me reaching out to you guys. You guys reached out to me, and I really appreciate that. We had some news lately, and if you could explain, please, how with Long Island, with News 12 and Newsday, and if you could please give me a little bit of a override with that, please.
Here's what happened. The number one thing is this was a tough week for our Long Island Railroad customers. 30% of our Long Island Railroad customers, broadly speaking, are happy. They moved to Grand Central Madison. They started using that great new project. But the 10% of the customers who go to Atlantic and a lot of the customers who are continuing to use Penn had a bad experience because the new schedules, the adjustment, we always anticipated that there would be a period of adjustment. And we always said we're going to watch the patterns closely to make those adjustments. But the experience for folks who are encountering the new schedule and the new patterns for the first time was not great. And our commitment is to work at this to make it much, much better. So the principal issues were, as I said, the Atlantic customers who were not accustomed to having to change over the bridge at Jamaica to get to the new shuttle. The shuttle was a decision made long ago by prior folks, but we got to make the Brooklyn experience better. It's 10% of our customer base, and we value them. The folks who are on trains, again, these are all new schedules. We went from 665 trains a day to 935. Huge increase in service. But for somebody who's getting on a train and the patterns are not yet established, and all of a sudden everybody in the neighborhood's going to that one train, it ends up over capacity, that's not a great experience. So a couple of things we're doing over the weekend, and we hope it'll make it better next week. May I? You want me to stop?
No. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
One is adding train cars, what they call increasing the size of the consist, lengthening the train, taking cars from the Grand Central trains, which we thought would be more full than they are. Maybe they would have become over time, but right now they're not as full as the Penn trains, moving to the Penn train. Also adding trains to the Atlantic shuttle so we can shorten the time. We can increase the frequency of that Atlantic shuttle going back and forth. So and those are the two principal things we're going to be, and we're going to look at it again. And I think we may continue to make adjustments to the schedule. We may cancel a few trains that nobody's using so that we can take the cars and put them on the trains that are very busy. So we have to keep working with our customers. I was out of Jamaica twice this week. I was in Grand Central Madison a couple times this week. It's a tale of two experiences. Like Jamaica, people were, struggling. There was a lot of frustrated customers who were adapting to the new system. And at Grand Central Madison, people are thrilled. We got to change that balance so that everybody's a little happier.
The other thing also, too, is what's the deal with the flood that we had over there with the ceiling at Grand Central Madison? People were complaining. So what are we doing that we don't have, what do we do about that?
There's an investigation still going on. The initial impression is that for some reason, there was water pooling in a way, which may be a problem. The water is pooling in a way that's coming off of, it was the snow day that happened, in a way that penetrated, that went above the line that had been properly waterproofed. We're still trying to figure out if that was a design error, a construction error, if somebody did something naughty. We'll get to the bottom of it, and we'll keep fixing it.
That's
At New Grand Central Madison, there were some leaks coming through from the upper track level to the mezzanine, and it apparently there's some imperfection in the waterproofing, and we got to figure out what happened.
Also, too, the governor has this affordable housing program that I really am not going to get into now. Hear about that, which right now we don't have infrastructure put in place for certain projects for this kind of affordable housing. But what impact will, with the governor's transit-oriented development proposal, have on ridership? Now, we have this discussion about the Port Jefferson electrification of Port Jefferson branch. But we had this discussion, which I'm not going to get into because we discussed this. But now, with the governor's plan, we're antiquated. I'm sorry. Right now, this line is very much antiquated. What kind of impact are we going to have with this for ridership?
Listen, I don't want to hold myself out as an absolute soothsayer or anything, but what we're seeing is the Huntington station, which PJ connects to, got 50% more ridership. So the hope has been 50% more service.
Mm-hmm.
So the hope has been that, again, I don't know the exact patterns, but the hope of the schedule writers has been that increase in service can benefit people who live on the Port Jeff line. And that even before additional infrastructure improvements, that you could actually help more people have a quality commuting experience and a convenient commuting experience with more service. Now, I understand that people can debate the benefits or disbenefits of a switch at Huntington and so on, but the addition of service is definitely a net benefit to our ability to accommodate growth. And we can talk about individual local areas and how that works, but the big idea is if you have more service, you do have the ability to have a little bit more housing density and for everything to work together well.
But again, you're supposed to have infrastructure put in place. That's the way it works. Sewage treatment plants, perfect example. Without the sewage treatment plants, the Department of Health, you cannot build unless you have a certain sewage treatment plant that's put in place. Don't you feel that the infrastructure should really be all put in place, all in sync with this, though? It's again, you're not, and please,
yes,
it's not being answered to me properly. That especially here on Long Island, that we're right now very much antiquated with this line, especially the line I'm talking about in my district.
Yeah.
And we talked about this $10 billion project, and now approximately, $2 billion, I'm sorry, $2 billion. Okay, good, I went down. I saved $8 billion, I'm sorry. $2 billion project. That's a necessity. Would you please really, really make sure. I know there's a feasibility study. I know I'm going to be saying this. I'm getting a lot of phone calls on this. We feel like we're, disconnected, and we feel, and again, when people said, oh, last time that the chairman got up and he spoke at the hearing, we said, Long Island already got their fair share. I said, no, he did not say that. He did not say that. And you know what? People need to go back. But I'm asking, please.
Okay.
And I
So
know our regional director, planning, I know Mike is all over this. He knows that it's so important that we need to have the infrastructure put in place, especially if we have a governor that is looking for affordable housing that's going to be around mass transit. So again, this makes your feasibility study more so that we need to make sure that this is put in place.
So let me just reassure you, if I wasn't clear, that the Port Jeff electrification proposal and some of the other issues, ideas that you have talked about are on the agenda for analysis as part of this 20-year needs assessment and the so-called comparative evaluation that looks at all the big projects that want to be in the next capital program. So it is very much under study, and I just want to reassure you of that.
Please make that study maybe like 5 years, not a 20-year. Can we please make it a little bit better than a 20-year?
The legislature dictates
well,
that we do this study.
Again, I want to talk about congestion pricing. We sit there. We have monies that are revenues from cannabis, revenues from gambling. Do we put this in place? Okay? I didn't put the cannabis. Gambling I didn't have a problem with. And the lottery monies. That's money that should be going to what we're talking about here today, not going to the pockets of all Long Islanders and keep on taxing our public. So that's something that needs to be done. I know you're going to sit there and say, well, really, that has nothing to do with you. We need revenue, and I understand that. But this is where the money should be coming from, so we don't go on the backs of my Long Islanders, my constituents.
Okay, well, I understand your point of view. I just remind all of us that the legislature enacted congestion pricing. I'm just the unfortunate soul who gets to implement it.
But you are saying that that's what you're actually an advocate for it.
Well, in the sense that that the capital program that I was handed and told to implement is dependent on that funding. But the legislature enacted congestion pricing in 2019. As I said, I'm the knucklehead who gets to implement it. But it is not the MTA's idea. We didn't go off and have too many drinks and come up with it on our own.
Well, things got passed like cannabis. Things got passed like gambling. And we have lottery monies that we need to go into that pot of money to make sure that's going to be done. That's where we need to do it, not to go to the backs of the hardworking people that right now are having a hard time with inflation to go pay their food bills. That's the truth. Projects. And I really appreciate that. The hard-working men and women in labor in the unions. I'm a union rep myself. And you know what? Decent wages, decent health care, and decent pension just to live here. Project labor agreements are so important. Cornell studies will show, and I know we have a lot of them, but I really recommend that all the projects that are going out are project labor agreements. That shows the studies, even with a Cornell study, that this saves money. Your thoughts?
We have used them. We used them on the Third Track project. We've used them on some of the major projects. We're working with labor on one for 2nd Avenue Subway Phase 2. I think that what you say makes sense, and we will continue to use them.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay. Senator Gonzalez.
You took all my time.
No, you're all good. Hi. Thank you so much for being here. It's good seeing you again. Got to stop meeting like this. So much to say in such little time. But I just wanted to start off by, again, thanking you and saying I'm so excited about some of the progress that you mentioned with, the quality of service and satisfaction. I think that's really promising and certainly appreciated by my district. But I have to say, after being here for a couple of days, being in district now, it's a constant reminder that, as my colleagues have mentioned today, that people are really hurting and that the rising costs of, with inflation and the rising cost of living in this city, our rent prices, New Yorkers are struggling. And so I want to echo what Senator Liu said, around free buses, because at the end of the day, I like to think glass is half full. I think there are a lot of benefits, and those benefits are worthwhile to really try and implement. But that's not what I really want to talk about today. I want to talk about increased service. You stated that if we filled the MTA's operations deficit, you support increasing service. And then you also shared with Senator Liu that you are interested in increasing evening and other off-peak hours. So let's say that we're in a scenario where we did this, we're able to increase service. What do you think the impact of increased service at off-peak hours would be on ridership?
Honestly, I'm with you. I'm a complete optimist.
Yeah.
About what we've seen is that where people have discretion, are really riding, getting around, and they have discretion about how they do it, they're picking mass transit. That's a good sign for us. We are closer. We are approaching pre-COVID levels on usage on the discretionary hours, principally on the weekend. That's great. So anything that makes service better, because sometimes the weekends can be tough. We're doing a lot of work and we have to change schedules and put trains on different lines because we're doing a lot of work. If people are coming back to transit, notwithstanding that, that's great. So more service, I think, would improve, make it more attractive, but I don't want to tell you, Senator, that I know exactly how much. I can't, as I sit here, do that.
And I think, my concern is that we have a budget right now that focuses on filling the deficit but doesn't do much to address or increase ridership levels. So that's why, we're really looking at increasing service. And then in addition, earlier today, Danny Perlstein of the Riders Alliance testified about the need for increased service to make it more reliable during off-peak hours to keep up with work trends, because we're seeing our workforce really change. That means, also nurses, for service workers, even folks working in business coming home late. Do you agree that increasing service for those commuting outside of the 9 to 5, whether folks from any of those industries, would make the MTA more responsive to work trends?
Honestly,
Yeah.
I don't know exactly the numbers. I'll tell you that
Yeah.
what we've done so far is look at what we did with the commuter railroads. We're trying to increase reverse commuting. And it goes to exactly what you said, the idea that there should be more, we should use our transit system to increase opportunity. So I always say to Senator Comrie, because Southeast Queens is the best example, somebody who wanted to work in nursing, for example, before couldn't go out to get a job at any of the Long Island hospitals. There was no access. So by increasing capacity on the railroads, increasing reverse commuting, before COVID, reverse commuting from the Bronx to Westchester and Connecticut was the fastest growing part of our system. So having the ability to do reverse commuting, as we now do on the Long Island Railroad after all the work that we've done, is a benefit to equity, opportunity, and hopefully economic growth. I can't tell you how much it would be on the subway or the buses, but I believe in that in my heart.
I mean, I am all for a more interconnected rail system that makes it easy for all New Yorkers from all parts of the state to travel to work.
Yeah.
So I would say, at least in my district, for those who are in industries that have, are coming out of work at off times, we would see an increase. And I can't speak to, some of the reverse transit, that's not as specific to my district, honestly. But I think it's something that we should certainly consider. And so shifting gears a little, it is scary, though, that in talking about this, we're not really seeing ways to increase ridership. And we're, of course, pending a increase or fare hike. There's data that shows that the cost of fares is prohibitive. We've talked about this, 2 weeks ago. But even, again, in 2 days in my district, I've had additional constituents tell me that even the price that the MTA costs today is a barrier to getting medical service, a barrier to getting to work, a barrier to going and dropping their kids off in childcare. So if we did have a fare hike, if we weren't able to find other ways to fill that deficit, what would you expect the effect to be on ridership?
Listen, we're all hypothesizing because we don't know how much this hypothetical deficit is and what the combination of, God forbid, service cuts and, God forbid, fare. It's hard to just talk in generalities. But here's the bottom. I think we at the MTA are passionate about affordability. It is one of the subway, the mass transit is one of the few things that makes New York affordable because it's like 10% of the cost of owning an automobile on a yearly basis. So we love the fact that we're creating equity and contributing to equity by doing that. But we also know, we believe, first and foremost, let's target affordability to the people who need it most. That's why the Fair Fares program, which gives half fare to folks who are under the poverty line, is so important. That's why we're so thrilled that the mayor has expanded it. We need to all do a better job of letting people at the lower end of the economic spectrum know about that program. We have only 1/4 of the eligible folks enrolled. So we've been urging the city to do more direct marketing of that. That is a great thing. But as you figure out, and you are players in this, what the fair outlook is going to be, I'm just not as sure that we need at this moment to give fair cuts to people who are the better off people, because we have the cheapest mass transit system in the developed world. I mean, among the I shouldn't say the cheapest, but among the cheapest. Compared to London, compared to much of Europe, we are inexpensive. So let's make sure that we're targeting affordability at the right folks who really need it.
Oh, totally with you on making the wealthiest New Yorkers pay their fair share, 100% on that. And I think it's because of that and because of, likewise, a commitment to equity that I really do believe that the Fair Fares program, while it's a start, it's not representative of the middle-class New Yorkers that are struggling. It's not representative of even the broad range of New Yorkers that are experiencing poverty. And so we really do have to find a way to bridge this deficit without putting the cost on working-class New Yorkers that are already struggling. And in addition, it's concerning to me that all day, we've heard about revenue coming from casinos, coming from a mobility tax, coming from racing, all these different sources, when really we know what works, which is, like you said, making sure the wealthiest New Yorkers pay their fair share, so taxing the ultra-wealthy, and also taxing corporations. So I would also echo what Senator Ramos said, in that we should ensure any tax is focused on corporations and not, and would love your support in making sure it does not trickle down to commuters.
I hear you, Senator.
And then switching gears and to the last topic, so I'm also the chair of Internet and Technology. So I would like to know a little bit more about the Omni program because, there has been a lot of articles around data privacy concerns between Omni and Cubic. So I am curious if you are willing to provide more information on what data Omni is collecting, who that data is being shared with, and if you'd commit to more transparency.
Number one, Omni is great. Our customers love it. We have close to 50% penetration on the subways. We have to do better on the buses. And we have to reach, all the different communities in New York to make sure that people are getting used to this because it is coming. One point I'm just going to make, because sometimes it gets overlooked, is that there is an Omni card. Not everybody has to use a smartphone. There's an Omni card. They're purchasable at Walgreens and CVS and all those things, and you can reload them with them. So let's just make sure that we tell people who are maybe not smartphone users, there's an easy way to use Omni, and somebody just handed me one. I have one in my pocket. So that's important. I don't know the data privacy issues you're talking about well. We're happy to hold a meeting with you and to get into them. I just don't know the issues off the top of my head.
Yeah, and I think there should be a level of transparency for any. I mean, I don't think the onus should be on the rider to decide if they have the card or the phone. There should be clear standards for both, right? Sometimes we forget our cards, right? And all we have is our smartphone.
Yeah.
So definitely would love to meet with you to talk more about that. I'd also like to ask if with the increase, the budget, that's including $150 million more to the MTA for additional safety personnel, meaning NYPD overtime and additional security technology, if you know what that security technology is.
So yeah, I do,
Yeah.
and it is important. So
Yeah.
we have, service has been great, but you know what's one of the main things keeping from service being even better, which is, I hate to say it, it's because it's upsetting, is people doing harm to themselves by getting on the tracks. And one of the things we want to do is to do everything that we can with technology to make sure that they don't come in contact with the train, because that's the worst. Not just for the, God forbid, the person who's on the tracks, but also for the train operator and the conductor and everybody involved. So when I asked people on our team to come up with technology solutions so we can We're testing out cameras that can see people and things on the tracks at a greater distance than the human eye, and laser detection technologies to keep people from getting into the tunnels, or at least to alert. So those are the principal investments that we're talking about making with that money so that we can avoid that. The other part says non-uniformed, not non-armed, but uniformed revenue officers, not NYPD, to do more on the buses. The buses, I love my bus customers, but that habit of not paying during COVID, well, it continues. And we've got, all of a sudden, we have 40% non-payment on our buses. So we want to make sure that we're, obviously there's some fare evasion enforcement in the system. We can talk about how that's done, but we have very, very little fare enforcement. We're not expecting our brothers and sisters who drive the buses to be the enforcers, because that could be dangerous. So we want unarmed revenue officers to be more of them on the buses. We have a small force that does it. That's our plan.
Well, totally sensitive to fare evasion being an issue. I don't think that policing New Yorkers more definitely is the answer or best use of our money. And I think fully investing in our MTA and also having free buses might also address that issue. So definitely would love to work with you all in making that happen. And then last question. Oh, does John or someone? Last question. You did say that security technology then means just better quality cameras. I am curious, do you have clear standards on how long footage is stored from those cameras? Last time you mentioned there's no facial recognition technology. I think that's great. But just how that data is stored, and then who has access to this footage and under what circumstances.
Why don't we cover that in our follow-up discussion?
Great.
Because I can't answer it offhand.
10,000 more cameras, want to make sure they're used in the right way. And our committee has been focused a lot on data privacy and protections for New Yorkers. So absolutely excited to have that meeting. I did hear a quick question, but I'm done with my questioning, so I can turn it back to.
Great. And I thank you again. How do you feel about the riders, my Long Island riders, the safety issues, especially going into the city? How do you feel? Do you feel that the safety issues got better, or what do you feel? I know we have more police being patrolled and everything like that. I still got people saying that's the reason why they're driving in, because they're frightened.
So I think the facts are very positive. I understand that it takes time for folks to assimilate the changes that may have taken place. Listen, the crimes that the NYPD tracks are down by more than 20% since the governor and the mayor initiated their subway safety plan, surging officers into the system. In addition to that, we have 3 to 7 crimes a day on the New York City subway system. It sometimes gets reported in a way that suggests the numbers are different. We have 3 to 7 serious crimes a day. The apprehension level is incredibly high because we have so many officers in the system. So anything bad that happens seems to get reported pretty quickly. And we have obviously the cameras that are picking up, images of folks who if folks have done bad stuff, we do have the ability to identify them pretty quickly. So that is the positive development. I'm thrilled with the partnership between the mayor and the governor, which is a new thing. It's not a secret that wasn't always the case. And that has resulted in real safety improvements. The railroads, I got to say, are incredibly safe. Less than, I think it's 1 crime per million rides. And we also hired a first-class police leader to take over the MTA PD, former head of the Yonkers Police Force, a guy named John Muller, and he has really upped the railroad, the MTA PD's game in terms of presence on the railroads. I think you talk to riders, they're seeing a lot more cops. So I'm very happy with how it is. But we got to convince everybody that they feel safe. The good news is our riders on the subway went from 40% saying they felt safe or very safe in 1 month to 60%. So that's much improvement. And I hope that that translates through.
And that was because of our men and women in blue.
That's absolutely.
Right, and thank
been
God for
wonderful.
them to keep our public safety and
Amen.
safe. Thank you so much. Thanks,
bet.
and again, thank you for all you do.
Sir.
I was chewing for a second.
I'll take a water breath. Take a water
Yeah,
breath.
no, I haven't. Anyhow, okay. I also want to salute our law enforcement personnel and the mayor and the governor for helping the MTA reduce the safety concerns, and I hope that we can keep promoting that. It's important overall to increase ridership, that our customers feel safe no matter where they are entering the system, what time of day or night. While I'm in the mode of complimenting, I also want to compliment you and your team, because you are always responsive, even though we may not like what you're saying. You always say it. But you're always responsive, and there's no doubt that you believe in making sure that there's accessibility and opportunities to improve the system. There's no doubt that you're trying within your own areas to try to create opportunities to make sure that there's a better system for all of us. I would just, I don't know where to start. A couple of things came up during the testimonies that I just wanted to ask you. Are there capital projects that are being done without project labor agreements?
Yes.
What type
but
of
you
project?
know, the one thing I would say is that we operate as a practical matter, in a fully unionized construction environment. So, you know, in most of the country, project labor agreements, the principal benefit is that you do assure a unionized, I mean, there are trade-offs between management labor, and I used it at the World Trade Center when I was working there for all those years rebuilding the Trade Center. We had project labor agreements that had made sure that we had the same holidays for the different trades, that you had the same starting and stopping times. You got some benefits from coordination, from having same standards on some key things. Those were features of project labor agreements. We use those in ours as well, but we have a fully unionized construction environment in our capital program as a practical matter. And I just want to make sure everybody's clear. We don't need a project labor agreement to do that.
Right. So because most of your jobs are already unionized anyway, there's a union component to all of your jobs regardless.
Yeah. I mean,
I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What?
And
Yeah, prevailing wage is the principal trigger, right?
okay. I would need a little more breakdown on that for the public, because if that's
May I say something? May I say something, if you don't mind?
You're the union expert, please.
Well, again, so yesterday we had with our district attorney Ray Tierney, with the wage investigations and everything like that. Project labor agreements, I'm going to tell you, with apprenticeship language, local preference laws, protect all local workers. If you do not have a project labor agreement with the Nassau Suffolk Building Trades or the City Council or even upstate, what you have is you have a chance, if a bid goes out, that you will have an out-of-state workforce come into the district. And what happens then is that's when the district attorneys get involved, because we bring forward cases. So with a project labor agreement, you will have a local workforce. It will be done with the trades. You will have a New York State indentured program, okay, that's with the apprenticeship programs. That, in other words, that everybody on that project will be done with local labor, and you won't have an issue that you need to go to the district attorney's office with any reasons for any kind of corruption with the bad actors that are out there. So, again, I'm not saying that the MTA has that issue, but that's what we have. So if you went on yesterday's news report that we had, Nassau County is going to be doing the same, we should have no cases, especially with Public Works, going to the district attorney's office. And that will prevent that. That's why a project labor agreement, Cornell studies show that that saves money, and you know what, and you get the jobs on time. And that's very, very important to really look into project labor agreements with any kind of public money.
Okay. In that regard, I'd like to get a breakdown sent to us about what categories are that are not project labor agreements, so we can understand that better. Because I understand what Senator Matera is saying, and as you know, Senator Kennedy and I are big on making sure all work is done with New York State employers and employees, so and New York State vendors as much as possible. So I'd like to get a breakdown on that. Subway surfing, where are we on subway surfing? And unfortunately, there's been a lot of incidents do we know was there some new video that's all of a sudden created a desire for kids to be so crazy that they're subway surfing? God bless.
There's always a new video. There's always a new video, and that's the tragedy of it is through these various sources, this activity, which is so dangerous to young people, is being glamorized. And the way I put it is, if people are putting up online videos of people playing Russian roulette with live ammo, the social media companies would take that down, and that's what they're doing by glamorizing this dangerous activity. So we have meetings. Some meetings have taken place. There are others that continue with social media companies to raise their consciousness about that. There is one musician, hip-hop artist, I believe, who has 100 million, some crazy number of millions of followers, who has a lot of these videos up. And I bear him or her no ill will, but I just want the social media companies to take it down. We do have the NYPD at several of the stations where this seems to be taking place. It's no secret. It's predominantly the trains that go over the Williamsburg Bridge and the above grade portions of the number 7 line in Queens, and we got to shut it down. We do, for these young people to lose that, it's such a waste and such a tragedy for their families. So I want to do everything in my power to discourage it.
Right. I just wanted to bring that up so that you could elucidate that and hopefully appeal to, as you said, all of social media entities to take those types of things down. It's ridiculous that young people are losing their lives over something that they should never be doing. I don't know if we can grease the tops of the trains down to prevent them from holding on to something. I don't know. But I think that even more importantly, we all need to jointly appeal to these social media entities to take that kind of craziness down. So, and I hope that we can get that out. To be parochial for a minute, my district now goes into Kew Gardens. It still represents the Kew Gardens Hills and Kew Gardens and parts of Forest Hills. I still represent the Kew Gardens Station, and I got a letter from my constituents that are concerned about the link between the Kew Garden stations and the Forest Hill stations have lost opportunity for ridership, and that there was a cut in ridership due to a gap in service on the eastbound trains departing between 3:38 p.m. and 5:04 p.m. And they wanted to, there's an issue about morning trains. There were gaps in 2 morning trains being cut as a result of the new service. If you could take a look at that. I know we sent a letter on it.
We're aware of the issue. We thank you for the letter, and we will respond. It was understood, and the general reaction was fair point. So we'll look at it.
And then also, as you know, the Forest Hill Station with the ADA and project that has to be done there were some concerns that I hope that we can ameliorate to make sure that the project stays architecturally sound. But also, there was also another concern about where it's going to be located, so that it doesn't overly impact the private street area over there, which I have some issues with that we should talk about in depth. So, and what's my other local concern? Also, Senator Montero talked about the Grand Central issue, so then the Grand Central Madison issue with the trains transferring at Jamaica. Hopefully, once we get full throughway service at Penn, you can have 12-car trains for all of these trains, so we can have stabilize out everything that's going on at Jamaica. I'm just adding one thing that has nothing to do with the other into my upcoming discussion about Penn, but You know, my two friends.
Yes, can we skip the discussion?
No, we can't. We can't. It won't be a long discussion because we're running up against time. And I want to appreciate also again you for taking the time and adjusting your schedule for even being here today, when you had 2 meetings that you had to attend. But Senator Matera pretty much detailed the issues with the Jamaica Station and the concerns. Hopefully that can be resolved within a week.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I just want to underscore again, we know that a lot of the customers are frustrated. We're taking action. We always said we would be making adjustments, but you never like to have a week like we did with customers really frustrated. But they seem to be, a lot of people are adapting. We always assumed that would take a few days, and we need to make sure that some of those trains, which are too crowded, that we lengthen them or take other steps to try to spread it out more and give people better service.
Okay.
And please, it was just something that was a complaint that, in other words, that how is this happening in the 21st century? You know, things happen. So you know what? And you guys are on it. And I could go back into it.
Listen, I just want to say we have never had a schedule change of this scale and you know, we predicted that the schedule makers rather predicted that there would be a 60-40 split between Penn at 60 and Grand Central at 40. It might get there in time, but the initial week, that balance didn't show up. It was more like 70-30. So the Penn travelers were feeling a lot more crush. So we're going to try to get everything down to our service standards in terms of loading. The one thing I would say, and I have to be respectful because you have so many constituents, is that we're hoping, and that the planning was expecting that folks would take advantage of the fact there are so many more trains to Penn and Jamaica and take trains that are convenient for them and then switch in Jamaica. Clearly, that switch, which it may take a little while for people to get used to.
People are grumpy about having to switch, so if there's a way to eliminate the switches so that they could just go directly, because these Long Island people, they don't like getting off the train at all.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you so much. And I know we got a commitment today that, in other words, we're going to do the electrification. I see this. I feel it. I know it. We have Lawrence Aviation ready to go.
Your leadership, sir, is electrifying.
So let me just stay on this. The Atlantic ticket, what are we doing to, I'm told that the commuters are not permitted to use the MTA Train Time app to purchase the Atlantic ticket? And will can that get resolved?
Again, this may require some follow-up. The big news, which is really important for New York City, is that City Ticket, which is the very discounted in-city commuter railroad product, is going to be extended to the peak. Before, the City Ticket, which is is going to be extended to peak.
Okay.
And that means that even folks who ride in the peak are going to get the benefit of a dramatic discount. We have, again, this week you wouldn't know it because of the difficulties in adjusting. We all had adjusting the new schedule, and we got to fix that. But we have overall more capacity on the trains because of work from home, and we want to make sure that New York City folks have the opportunity to shorten their commutes by using the commuter railroads. So that's what is going to, I think, be the difference maker for folks in Southeast Queens, as well as the Bronx, and even in North Queens as well.
So what you're saying, in effect, the City Ticket will replace Atlantic ticket?
I don't. It's premature for me to say that, but it is the core of this idea of creating an affordable product for our New York City residents.
Is the City Ticket available on the app?
Yes.
Great. So hopefully we can do an announcement soon when we're downstate, and to make an announcement about that so that people can, we can have more users actually picking that up as well, using the City Ticket, and hopefully working with the mayor with the Fair Fares program to expand that, so we can really create affordable options for people that they're not really utilizing. as you said, in real numbers. So we can work on that. All right, Lil, what else? There was something else. Oh, the efficiencies, the $400 million. Is that a new $400 million that you're going to achieve between 2022 and 2023? When is that time?
No, we're doing $100 million in 2023, the year that's already begun.
Okay.
We're on a calendar fiscal year. And then in 2024, it has to get to 400 and stay there. Now, if what we've told our team who's working on this, and they started a year ago, is they got to prove to all of us that they have a plan for how to get to those level of savings not too long from now, because we're not going to wait until we're in 2024 to see if they got there. And unfortunately, the alternative is a blunt sword that I do not like to wield, which is just sweeping vacancies and saying we're not going to fill those jobs in a permanent way. I would much prefer to use a scalpel than a blunt sword of sweeping vacancies. That's what we're trying to do.
Speaking of vacancies, Michael Gardner, the mayor stole them. We need to have someone with his expertise back, and I would hope that whoever that is someone that has the skill set and the ability and the desire to see diversity and MTA and the MWBE numbers increase. I would hope that we could have a full vetting of who that person is, so that we can make sure that that person is someone that has the Jano Lieber spirit of getting things done.
So we have, Michael, there was a lot accomplished under Michael's leadership. Just to reassure you, the folks who actually do the contracting and make sure that the M's and W's and service-disabled veteran businesses get the work is through the C&D organization, the Construction Development Organization. That's the one I used to head, and they're still going at it great guns. So there hasn't been a change there. In the meantime, in Michael's slot, we have Tracy Mitchell, who ran the M's and the W process for many, many major jobs. She did it for Third Track. She's done it for many billion-dollar projects. She's doing it actually for the Buffalo Stadium as well, because she has a role with ESD. She is standing in while we do a national search for someone to fill Michael's shoes in the long run. So I'm confident we're going to keep going in that direction.
Great. And has your diversity hiring been improved system-wide?
We have an extremely diverse workforce. I mean, I don't have the numbers at my fingertips, but I think, as you know, and our friends in labor are here, we have an incredibly diverse workforce. It's one of the things that the MTA is proud of. We always need to monitor and make sure we're not only just generally speaking diverse, but we're complying with federal standards in all respects, and I think we do that, the so-called Title VI material.
Okay, great. I just wanted to ask that. I had a meeting with some ATU workers the other day, and they are excited about having more frequent bus service. The issues on service in Queens, as you know, are paramount to me. I appreciate all of the meetings that have been held regarding the bus service plan. There's some concerns about eliminating stops, because walking 3 blocks or extra 6 blocks to Queens person when they're trying to make a bus is critical as well, and trying to figure all that out. I hope to be able to work through you with that. But their primary concern was worker safety, and that there's been a rise in incidents, and even since the pandemic, or even since ridership, and how we address that. And they were not happy about the idea of free bus service, because they felt that it increased homelessness on the people stayed on the buses all day. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean, listen, among the many complexities as we think about this idea of free buses is, what does it mean when people say it's just another public space that's free and I'm entitled to use it, you know, even if I'm not engaged in transportation. That was the point that the mayor made about the subways, which is you're not entitled to use the subways for shelter. You're really only entitled to use it for transportation.
So people were
So-
using buses all day for shelter during the pandemic?
Well, in some respects, there is that. Again, I don't want to hypothesize, but yeah, I mean, people do get on buses and they stay there. And if there were no fare, it would be probably more of an issue. But I don't want to have that debate here. I just need to acknowledge your point and the ATU's point that the policing, the management of who's on the buses and what they're there for does become, you know, realistically more complicated in a totally free environment.
Okay. Thank you for airing that. That was just an interesting factoid that we have to put in. And as you know, I've talked about reverse commute and off-peak, increasing off-peak service to increase ridership for a while. And I'm glad that everyone else is picking up on it now. But you know, how we design that, I think, is also part of the bus study as well, to make sure that we can increase ridership during the off-peak time. Accessoride, you know how I feel about that. We need to have a full on-demand service for Accessoride all the time. I'm not crazy about who's going to pay for it and finances. I'm not going to get into budget and revenues because neither one of us are going to make that decision here today. So there's no point in going through that, although I support raising any money we can from any source that we can for sustainable and not one shot. So, you know, I think that's critical. I'm concerned that, you know, even the casino money, which may not be realized for 4 years, would be counted against your cap, but then you wouldn't have it to bond out, so that's an issue. I agree with the fact that you need to do, and I think I have a bill to increase your bonding capacity so that you can bond out easier. I think that's important. And I hope that we can get those things done. There was a question about a financial report from Ernst & Young that hasn't been released. Do you know when that is going to get done, and will that be done soon?
Oh, I think it's the ESD financing analysis underlying the Penn Station of the GPP. That's not us.
That's not you? Okay. Well, I was using that to lead into the GPP and Penn Station. We all know, everyone in this state knows that the GPP that's been presented is no longer working. I would just appeal to you to quickly reset this. We need Penn Station to work properly. We need a Penn Station that's through running. I was disappointed that Amtrak, as I had said earlier, is also trying to do a revitalization program that doesn't include through running or a contiguous opportunity to work and have tracks and integration with the MTA and New Jersey Transit. That's not where we need to be as a city or as a country. So, knowing the fact that Polly Trottenberg doesn't like what was presented, knowing the fact that Chuck Schumer is no longer excited about what was presented, that Congressman Nadler is no longer excited about what was presented, I would hope that, and knowing the fact also that other people have developed designs and opportunities around the GPP and a Penn Station plan that makes sense, that could use other financing to get it done. I would hope that the governor's office would get it reset as soon as possible. I know that I know you have to right now publicly say you like this plan that's out there because it's out there, but everybody knows that it's not going to work. So we need to, before we lose this transportation money on a federal level, get something submitted that makes sense for everyone.
So, there, even though I know from, the through-running discussion that I overheard earlier that you and I might not look at that issue the same way, I think we are aligned on some important principles. One is we need a world-class Penn Station. We can't live forever with the one that we have. Two, we probably shouldn't organize around ideas, and again, I don't want to characterize any one person's ideas. We shouldn't organize around ideas that are going to take another generation to execute. I am agnostic on the future of Madison Square Garden locationally. My job and my passion is to fix Penn Station now and let the wisdom of other decision makers determine Madison Square Garden's future. But I don't want to.
I agree with
I don't
you.
want to bet on.
I
You
mean,
know.
I don't
yeah.
want, I'm sorry, I don't want to cut you. I
Yeah,
agree
sure,
with you, and I want a now plan. I don't want to.
Good.
I don't want a plan that's going to take 20 years or be
Good.
untenable or unsustainable. I agree with you on.
Yeah.
We need a now plan to make sure that Penn Station can serve the needs of us into the 27th century. I think through running is part of that. I think I've also seen designs that could do through running with Madison Square Garden in place, with integration between Amtrak and, so I'm agnostic. I understand the positives of moving MSG. I understand the negatives of moving MSG. I've been shown plans by developers that have had history of successful development saying that they could do it with or without MSG. So I think that we can get it done if we just focus on getting it done. So I don't disagree with you, and it's got to get done in a hurry. I don't want a plan that's going to take another 2 years, or I think we can do a plan within 6 months. There are plans that are on paper that people have developed that could be easily shifted, and also financing plans that are been proven with other projects that we could easily do to get the to get a Penn Station that would service what we really need to ensure that New York can stay the economic engine for our country, which is important to all of us at the end of the day, that we have the ridership, that we have people accessing Grand Central from all over the country, because as work has changed and work habits have changed, people are commuting or living further and further out from the city that come in that have substantial income. So we need a plan that can be done within the next couple of months. And I think that the plans are out there. We just have to, everybody let go of something and make something happen. You know, as Ed Koch used to say, when everybody's unhappy after a project's done, then that means that there's a project that everybody could live with. So, you know, so I think that, you know, I don't think we should put up roadblocks, because I'm told that, again, there are plans out there that can accommodate everything we really need to see without having major disruption or major cost overruns. And in fact, the plans that were shown to me were cheaper than the plans that had been submitted, the original plan that was submitted. So I think we just need to, you know, get everybody in line, get the lawyers out of the way, and get the engineers out of the way, and get a plan that you know, would work, as opposed to trying to hold on to a plan that we already know is dead on arrival. And because it's 3:21 on a Friday, and you've been here an hour and a half, I don't want to belabor that point, but I would hope that, you know, we can work as a team, you know, pluses and minuses to get this done as soon as possible. So thank you for being here. Senator Matera, I know you're going to try to sneak something else in, but I'm not going to let you. And I look forward to talking with you and your team soon. And again, you know, thank you for your understanding, and I do believe that your heart is about making our system better. So thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Chairman. Thank you for your leadership of this committee and this good discussion. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And I'll just give Will Schwartz a shout out, because he also responds quickly, just to let his wife know he came downstate for a good reason today. So, okay. Our next panel is our union panel, the Local 1056, Local Lewis is here. Okay. And Mark Henry has Jose, a Local 1179, and also the Independent Budget Office will be our last panel. Yeah, no, he texted me. Go right ahead. Folks, I know people are transitioning out, but if we could please let the speaker have some quiet, we'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senators, for this opportunity for Amalgamated Transit Union to testify on the MTA budget forecast, ridership and safety concerns, and more. I am Jose De Jesus, President and Business Agent of ATU Local 1179. I testify also on behalf of Labor Brother Louis, President of ATU 1056 in Queens. For the sake of time, I'll be going to page 2. ATU has advocated the MTA use of significant financial support received through emergency and stimulus funding addressed to several critical issues facing its public transportation workforce. The apparent delay of congestion pricing programs points the need for stable funding and mechanisms to resource our transit system in a manner that introduces real equity in delivery of public transportation. Too often, subways or railways benefit more from resources for transit improvement. Buses, which serve many communities underserved by rail and or subway, receive insufficient funding to better serve these communities. Where speed of service is concerned, Queens suffers greatly from its inferior bus network. And other forums include before the committee, we focus on the specific surface enhancement. ATU remains concerned about the progress on major projects and improvements in the MTA capital plan, essential to ensure the transit riding public enjoys reliability public transportation. In Queens, 2 projects that need attention, including the new Jamaica Depot, Casey Stengel, the MTA New York City Transit Jamaica Bus Depot, and Central Jamaica, lagging decades behind schedule to improve underserved communities in southeastern Queens. Work has started and needs to be completed. Improvements will lag to project the Casey Stengel Depot in Flushing against storm flooding. The Far Rockaway Depot sits in a flood zone where the buses serve the underserved part of Queens. The buses from the depot service transit-starved deserts Queens neighborhoods. In Staten Island, our sister local 726 represents transit workers. Massive floodings afflict the Castleton Depot. Lack of equipment remains an ongoing issue. ATU 1179 maintainers at the Far Rockaway Depot lost their tools during Hurricane Sandy. Replacement awaits still. Providing fully functioning depots to repair buses, new and existing, remains essential. The MTA needs to overhaul existing and or create new terminals to facilitate commuters transfer between transit modes. Downtown Flushing still needs a site identified for a full-scale bus terminal before developing there makes it impractical. We have long period pointed this need. It gets to the point where a Flushing terminal may need to be sited in Willis Point or City Field. The authorities need to work with the city to ensure any development includes this priority. Our elected added their voices, their certainty helps. The Jamaica Bus Terminal across the main Queens Library is slated for replacement as part of the development. The temporary site requires conversations with the community to help eliminate unintended adverse impacts. The MTA needs to introduce more electric bus purchases and charging stations for the transition to zero emissions fleet. Rather than the current small fleet, further, the bus system requires the new buses, not the current replacement scheme. Some 1,000 more net new buses more empower the authority to provide service levels to the glamour for. Transit in this city, operated by MTA, focused primarily on economics, income levels, and not the needs of the population. It is a tale of 2 cities in New York. The reality is that one income level can dictate where one lives or how far one must commute to get to work, school, or other necessities. Goes the essence of the authority's bus redesign scheme. The Queens scheme saddles bus riders with less service, longer walks to reach their buses, and frequent service to transfer to another bus, or more than they previously took one route. It's no new service, it merely reshuffles the deck. It unnecessarily includes longer walks for commuters, many of them seniors, by removing hundreds of bus stops. You find out 14 concerns in the scheme appending to this testimony. Our legislators can provide helpful by joining ATU and advocating for public transit priorities outlined today in many of our prior testimonies at city and state hearings. ATU urges our policymakers and frankly all of us to coalesce around these sound policies that make a difference in our communities. Thank you.
The workers that lost their 2 kids from Sandy haven't gotten them replaced yet?
No, sir. Not under the, I'm been president now for 4 years. The prior predecessor before me was trying to get a deal going. It still hasn't happened.
Is it, can you explain why? Is it a contract thing or just the
Well, on our depots, the maintainers have to purchase their own tools. And for the amount of money that they purchase the tools, and it's quite a few $1,000s we're talking about, the amount that they came with was a slap in the face, basically. Basically, you have some guys who have to purchase tools for upwards of $5,000 is their tool set, and they lost the whole thing. They offer them $250, or I think the max was $2,000, not even that.
But why didn't they just replace it themselves? I mean, why did the MTA, they should have been insured for that. I don't understand why they...
Well, 1179 gets on the tool allowance contractually.
No, I get that, but
And
I'm
they
saying
purchased
it
the
was
tools.
lost they were lost on the job.
Yes, they were.
At the facility.
Mhm.
So the MTA should replace that just as a right. I don't understand. That's something that I'd like to work with you on because I don't think that should be part of your contract or part of your tool allowance. That
Mhm.
should be something that, an insurance issue.
No, it makes sense when you say it.
Yeah. So, well, it makes sense when I'm saying it too. So I think that's something
It makes
that...
sense when you say it, not when the
Huh.
MTA speaks.
Okay.
That I would not know. I have to look into that because, like I said, at that time I was not president.
Right, but it was a related Sandy damage, so I
Mhm.
mean, and if and they had to replace parts of the facility, they had
Oh,
to.
they replaced the large part of the
Yeah,
facility.
so they should have replaced the tools. So that's something we need to look into, because that doesn't make sense for, the maintenance workers not to have all the tools to do the job to keep the buses going.
Mhm.
Oh, that's a little, all right, so. And then you said that, the Rockaway site is that still getting water now, or is it, when you say
It
it's in a flood
still
zone?
has a tendency to flood from the depot when they expect a bad snowstorm, a heavy snowstorm, or rain. We evacuate the Rockaway depots and they go to JFK, and some of the buses used to go to JFK, but now that's just changed. So now we go to the Resort Worlds. They put the buses there, and we make a temporary depot to pull out of there.
But Resort World floods too when there's a heavy rain. doesn't
That's
it?
where they had us go the last time, sir.
Okay, and then, okay. And, all right, so the downtown Flushing doesn't have a full-scale bus terminal now?
Well, that Louis would answer that. I was putting that for Louis, but I know he has a problem with downtown Flushing, the way the last stops and the streets when the narrow corridors where those streets go down is very narrow for those buses and traffic
Right,
alone.
right.
And we got to also take into consideration the public safety.
Oh, you mean end of road, end of route depot?
Yes.
Okay, so that's different, gotcha. Yeah, that is a difficult issue with Flushing. But they have a depot in Flushing though, right? A parking depot outside of the end of route stuff. Isn't there,
Well, I know they have a depot in Casey Stengel.
Right.
That's by City Field.
Right. And what's the but you also said that sits in a flood zone too, so Casey Stengel needs to be upgraded as well. Have they given any kind of schedule for improvements for Casey Stengel?
I can't answer for that for you. I'm going to have to refer that to Louis, and I'll refer to him.
No? All right, so that's something else we'd have to check on. All right, and I'm hearing what you're saying about the electric bus purchases and the charging stations. I think you're right about that. We need to make sure that they do a better purchasing program for that and a more extensive purchasing program. So, and
One thing I didn't mention about that is that when they're purchasing these vehicles, they're getting such a long, exorbitant amount of warranty on them that they have an outside force doing the work on those buses. We have trained personnel, maintainers, that keep these buses going. All they need is the proper training, and you have it in-house.
Gotcha.
So there's no extra expense upon the MTA to have an outside
Right.
force doing the work.
So they need to train the workers to do the electric buses as opposed to farming it out to outsiders. Right. Okay. All right. So we have to write these things up and then have some meetings with the MTA on it. And then finally, you talked about the Queens bus design plan. I agree with you that it's still a big mess, and hopefully we can, hopefully they are working with the ATU to resolve some of these issues, but the walking times that they're trying to do and the elimination of stops to, that doesn't make sense because it won't provide, it will lose ridership as opposed to
Oh, yeah.
gaining ridership.
You lose ridership.
And especially in Queens, which is most of the boroughs are naturally occurring retirement community, that people don't have the 3 blocks in them to walk. So it's an issue that we can do, that finding out other ways to improve the bus timing there is critical, and I will be looking forward to working with you to make
Well,
sure.
Senator Ramos brought it up that it would be nice if when they're going through these processes, they communicate with us better. Since they came up with the second thought of having going bus redesign, I personally only had 2 meetings with them.
Oh, we gotta make sure they do that.
I don't know how you come up with a final phase and everything with us. They call us labor partners when it's convenient.
Right. Well, I appreciate you coming to testify, Mr. President. It's good to see you here.
Nice seeing you, yes.
And
Thank you for your
I
time.
know Louis and would have been here, and I know Mark Henry was here, but unfortunately he had to leave early. His testimony was submitted, and we will follow up with both of them. But what I'm going to pledge to you is that the 3 of us need to have a meeting with the MTA directly. As much as they probably won't want to do that, we'll push to try to make sure that happens. And go from
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Senator, and thank you so much. And me as a union leader myself with the plumbers union, without a plumber having their tools, they can't do their job. So I still don't understand. So can you,
Well,
I understand we had Sandy hits and
it's
everything like that.
amazing. If you go to because I'm part of MTA Bus. I used to be the old green bus line. We used to be the privates. And it's amazing, in the New York City Transit, they have the necessary tools to work. The mechanic goes, if he don't have the tools, he goes to the workstation, the stock room, gets the tool, and he works on the bus. I don't have that option in my depots. If there are tools needed that we don't have and the tools needed, they have to go, just put a man in a truck, go to one of those transit depots, find the tool, or find whoever has an extra tool of it, and then bring it back to my property so the bus could be fixed.
So we're losing so much, how much time are we losing?
We're losing a tremendous amount of time.
And so you went to people and they just deaf ears?
Apparently, this works for them.
This works, for
and
again,
MTA does.
without a tradesperson to work, they need their tools, to do the job. You mentioned something about, in other words, training-wise. Do you guys have an apprenticeship program?
Right now, the International is heading up a apprenticeship program, and I believe 726 is taking the initiative of going through the MTA right now to do this apprenticeship
And
program.
Senator, that would be amazing. In other words, helping with whatever we have to do to get the training program.
Oh, yeah.
To training program, our apprenticeship, we have a 5-year apprenticeship program, with the plumbers union. And again, I would love to, whatever we have to do to promote, an apprenticeship program to make sure that we teach our young. And I just want to commend you because, how many members do you represent?
I have 1,200 members with retirees.
And I thank you so much for you doing that because I just know how difficult it is, but especially with certain times, but to, protect members for a decent wage, a decent health care, and a decent pension. And I appreciate you because I know,
there's a certain
brother,
level you
I'm
have to have.
looking at you. I know exactly what it takes.
There's a certain level you need to have.
Oh, yes, you do.
And
Blood, sweat, and tears.
Yeah, you mentioned the apprenticeship program. We have, right now, like we mentioned to the senator when we were visiting, we having a problem retaining operators and maintainers. Because the private sector makes it so easy to sign up new operators for give them a large amount of bonuses and everything like that. But in the public sector, all we could do promise them is the pension and medical when they retire. That's the light at the end of the tunnel. So they'll take less now to gain later. But with Tier 6 going on, they can't gain later. And that's the problem we have in retaining operators right now. As you know, also in the school bus industry.
Right.
And it's no longer a career, it's a job.
Yes, it is.
We gotta fix Tier 6 or eliminate Tier 6. I mean, Robert Jackson is on that like a buzzsaw, so hopefully we can do some Tier 6 revisions this year. And that reminds me, I didn't ask you to talk about the what you mentioned to me when we met last week, the issue of homelessness on the buses and assaults. Can you want to talk about that for a
Well,
minute?
the problem is that the ATU, we understand that eventually, sometime very in future, free buses is necessary. The problem is now, having it now, it does not make any kind of fiscal sense because well, the MTA is physically. But what happened, we had a small dose of it during COVID. And what the problem was that now, since we all understand all the cutbacks that were going on through the years, through the city, and through the medical facilities and the healthcare facilities and mental facilities that they needed, they are spilling over into public transportation. So when they were they made the big kick out of the trains, the next step was the bus. And you have somebody who come in the bus, walk to the back of the bus, and they ride the bus to the end. And now we're trying to get the operator that has to get out of his or her seat, go to the person and ask them to leave the bus. Now you're asking to have interactual one-on-one with no protection because we barely got protection in the cockpit trying to actually leave the bus. And we do have female operators, and I believe the job for them is harder than for a male operator. And a lot of people will take that more into their advantage due to the fact that there's a female operator, which is unfair. But this is the real world we live in.
Thank you. Well, thank you for drilling down on that with us some more. That to give us some more to talk to the MTA about to try to make sure that those protections are in place and some considerations about that as well. So, there's always a different perspective and a different impact to the people actually working. So, go from there. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. All right, Sarah Stefanski. Just say it, right? Just Stefanski. From thank you for waiting from the New York City Independent Budget Office. Just want to say I've always depended on IBO to come up with good numbers, so I hope you keep with that tradition.
I'm joined here with my colleague Emily Kramick,
Okay.
who is our resident MTA numbers guru. So she might help answer questions.
You got to bring the mic closer to you. It's doing some.
How's that?
That's better.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We've made it to the end here. My name is Sarah Stefanski, and I'm an Assistant Director for Housing, Environment, and Infrastructure at the New York City Independent Budget Office. I appreciate the opportunity and the invitation to testify today. IBO is a New York City agency created to provide nonpartisan information on the city's budget and economic outlook to elected officials and the public. Last month, IBO reported key findings from our latest economic forecast and review of the city's 2024 preliminary budget. And among those findings was that the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, their large annual operating deficits present a direct risk to the city's budget. This was made more clear in the Governor Hochul's 2024 executive budget, which would increase the city's contribution to the MTA by approximately $500 million per year to help close MTA deficits. I'm happy to provide you with more details on that finding today. With public transit ridership still at 70% of pre-pandemic levels, the MTA is facing annual budget deficits of $600 million this year, $1.2 billion in 2024 and 2025, $1.6 billion in 2026. Notably, these deficits are present even after the use of $4.4 billion in federal COVID-19 aid, fare and toll increases of nearly 6%, and this includes the planned $400 million per year in MTA operational savings. To cover these shortfalls, the MTA is counting on new government support from the state and from the city. These gaps could in fact be larger, however, if the MTA fails to produce the $400 million in annual operating savings promised in its latest plan, we've discussed this today already, or if the authority's assumptions about inflation and wage settlements prove too low, Both are still pegged at 2% over the next 3 years. The governor's 2024 executive budget proposes the allocation of $300 million in one-time state aid to the MTA and a rate increase on the MTA dedicated payroll mobility tax, which applies to the MTA service area, including New York City, Long Island, and parts of the Hudson Valley. This rate increase is expected to yield revenues of $800 million annually. Also included are anticipated casino licensing and tax revenues, but notably, these would not materialize in time to make up for the MTA's current deficits. New York City is being asked to pay a large portion of the MTA shortfall. The governor has proposed the city to pay approximately $500 million per year in new contributions to the MTA. This figure comprises 3 new proposals for city funding. First, the city would pay 100% of paratransit costs after fares and tax subsidies. This is up from the current 50% cost sharing. Second, the city would increase its contributions to the cost of providing Metro cards to eligible city students to all costs net of state subsidies. Finally, the city would increase its share of the state's offset for payroll tax exemptions. These proposed contributions from the city to the MTA would be substantial and risk the fact that they are likely to grow over time. I'm going to start with paratransit. Covering 100% of paratransit costs is the largest expense of the 3 state proposals, estimated by the Mayor's Office of Management and Budget at $266 million in new payments in 2024, and increasing to $280 million in 2025 and beyond. It is worth noting utilization of paratransit has recovered faster than other MTA services and is now back to over 90% of pre-pandemic levels and growing. As the city population ages, we expect the need for this service will continue to increase. The MTA projections agree. The MTA projects that overall costs will grow from $482 million in 2022 to $656 million in 2026. This is a 36% increase that the MTA is expecting. For student Metro cards, under the state proposal, the costs estimated by OMB are at $105 million in 2024, an increase from the flat $45 million that the city currently pays. Because the city would no longer be paying a flat rate, the cost to the city could fluctuate with program enrollment, but would stay well above the city's current contribution. For just reference, last school year, the Student Metro Card program served approximately 380,000 students. Finally, OMB estimates the proposed city payroll tax offsets at $115 million in 2024. These are contributions from the city to the state to help offset foregone tax revenue from employers who are exempt from paying the payroll mobility tax, which includes, among others, K-12 schools and public library systems. In the state executive budget proposed, the city is being asked to pay 47% of state allocations to this offset. On top of that, the city estimates itself would pay an additional $50 million in payroll mobility taxes for its own workers and contracted staff next fiscal year due to the rate increase. I would like to note that the payroll mobility tax is sensitive to recessions, since it is tied to businesses and their payrolls. So while it is a reoccurring source of revenue, it should not be viewed as one that is necessarily consistent. It is tied to the business cycle. In IBO's evaluation of the city's preliminary budget, IBO projected that the city would end fiscal year 2023 with a $4.9 billion surplus. This was $2.8 billion more than the surplus projected by OMB in the preliminary budget. Since then, however, a tentative labor settlement for the city's largest public service union, DC 37, was announced. If other unions follow a similar contract in keeping with the pattern set by DC 37, IBO anticipates that increased personnel cost would absorb much of the surplus we had previously anticipated. As a result, any other large costs to hit the city's budget will be felt more acutely. I would like to now turn our attention to another subject involving the MTA, the state, and the city, and this is the Penn Station project. As real estate developers wait for more clarity on long-term viability for commercial real estate, the timing of what of when the proposed developments that generate pilots would be constructed and operational appears to be pushed further into the future relative to past timelines. Any assessment of potential pilot revenues and additional funding that may be required to cover debt service costs until pilot revenues can sustain the payments requires a firmer sense of construction timing and if developers are looking to shift to other uses such as residential. There is near universal agreement that the existing Penn Station needs renovations and improvements, so the question is how to pay for that. I will briefly discuss some alternative revenue sources to the value capture financing that is currently in the state's GPP. One alternative to value capture financing would be for New York State to directly issue the debt via a ballot referendum. For example, last year, the state had a referendum on a $4.2 billion environmental bond, which passed in November. New York City itself could rezone the entire neighborhood with no involvement from Empire State Development, and the city could enter into agreements with buildings in the rezoned area to divert revenue towards the transit projects. This would be similar to what the city did for the number 7 subway extension to Hudson Yards. If the city were to use pilots itself, however, any shortfalls in that revenue then would likely be borne by the city. And to date, no mayor or city council member has publicly expressed an interest in New York City rezoning the neighborhood around Penn Station or to take on the financing of Penn Station. And then lastly, we have Madison Square Garden, which sits directly on top of Penn Station. It is currently operating under a special zoning permit that allows for arena on that property tax lot. This permit is set to expire this summer and is up for renewal by City Council. Since 1982, MSG has also had property tax exemption in perpetuity, presently valued at around $43 million annually. The exemption is granted through state law and remains in effect unless the state amends the section of the law or the arena is no longer home to a professional Major League basketball or hockey team. If the state were to repeal this exemption, the city could then collect Madison Square Garden's property taxes, or the arena could enter into a pilot agreement as an additional source of revenue for Penn Station. Any combination of these are potential other sources of revenue. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions?
Oh, yes. Thank you. And thank you to IBO for zeroing in on the issue around both Penn Station. Your report about the GPP was very helpful in our discussions, as well as your reporting on the foregone property taxes that have occurred since the property tax exemption in perpetuity was passed in 1982 for Madison Square Garden. Is there any way to ascertain the value of a private enterprise sitting aloft of a major transit hub, such as Madison Square Garden and Long Island Railroad, New Jersey Transit, and other major subway connections?
So there's two ways to think about this. One, the value of having an arena sitting over that large transit area, and then thinking about the neighborhood as a whole, the value of offices and residential space and other types of real estate that might be developed in the broader neighborhood. IBO is currently looking at, as we are facing the permit renewal this summer, and also there is discussion about the tax exemption. IBO is greatly looking at stadiums. We're looking at sports economics. How do sports teams decide where to locate? Again, there's discussion on, with the permit, whether it stays, whether it might relocate elsewhere in the city. Discussion on in the Penn Station project, whether the state would then pay for them to relocate. And certainly with the permit, I think we'll have a much clearer sense of this later this year. All things we're thinking about and definitely working on.
There was an earlier comment by another witness here today who said that, in fact, Madison Square Garden is not unfairly lacking with subsidy if the tax exemption were removed compared to Barclays and Yankee Stadium. Do you have any comment on that? Have you looked at
We've done a lot
comparison?
of work on basically every stadium that has ever been proposed and or built in this city. Both Yankee Stadium and the Barclays Center pay pilot, so payment in lieu of taxes, because they sit on publicly owned land. This is my understanding. But those are tied, the pilots are tied to paying off the debt service for the construction of the stadium. So they are not being used into the city's general fund the way a property tax would. We are looking at what subsidies, this gets messy because stadiums were all built in different ways, but we are looking at what public subsidies different stadiums have gotten across the city as sort of a point of comparison.
Will there be a way to disaggregate Madison Square Garden's privilege, I would call it, in terms of the tax exemption and compare it to other stadiums in the city?
That's a project we are currently working on.
I would urge you to do that as quickly as possible. Thank you so much for that work. We really appreciate it.
Senator Matera? No? Okay.
You know, I would just love to know, and thank you so much. The revenue that's being lost at the Jets and the Giants not being in New York State, would you have like an idea how much we're losing not having them here?
I don't know that off the top of my
I mean,
head.
can you find that out? Because those numbers have to be staggering, am I correct?
I can't speak to that right now.
You can't speak to that. Okay, because no, you were saying, in other words, you're looking to bring in, right, you could have numbers for other sports and stuff like, were you speaking on?
We're trying to figure out both the sort of how much a team values a particular location. So how much, say, being located at a major transit hub and one of the most easy places to have visitors come to, what value that brings to a sports team, but also what value having a stadium in a particular location has for the rest of the neighborhood and the locality.
Like when we were supposed to, in the West Side Yard that time, you remember, right, we were going to have the stadium built there and everything
At
like
least
that?
twice we were going to
At
put a
least,
stadium there.
Right, no. Again, I just wanted to know if there was ever like any kind of analysis done that, in other words, how much revenue is being lost that we have two, our Jets and the Giants, two major sports teams, and how much money is being lost with New York State.
I know my office has done analyses when we were proposing to build stadiums at least twice on the west side, and I'm happy to share those with you.
Great, thank you.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something else. Okay. You changed your mind? Okay. Well, I want to thank you for presenting your testimony today. You did leave copies with us because I didn't get one. So, but thank you for presenting the copies. As Senator Holman said, if you could get us those, we have to adopt our budget in 4 weeks, so we need to get that information from you, hopefully within the next week or so, if it's possible, on what that impact would be, so that we could utilize that in our budget negotiations.
We'll see what we can do. We got work in progress.
We understand the concern of the city having to absorb all that additional, was it almost $1 billion in additional revenues between the Accessoride and the other programs, and we're aware of that as well. We're looking at that with a fine-tooth comb, and hopefully we can come up with equitable solutions that make sense for everybody. So thank you for your testimony. And with that, unless I'm missing someone, young lady, were you going to testify? No? No, I'm just watching. Okay, great. Just Oh, okay. Well, great. Well, I just didn't want to be rude, and since you stayed here to the end. So with that, I want to thank everyone for attending the committee meeting for today. March 3rd, Friday, March 3rd. It's almost 4 p.m., and we've had a great committee. I think we've learned a lot today, and hopefully we can utilize this as we work to adopt our state budget that will make sense for everybody. With that, I could say that this meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you to all my staff and to everyone that was involved. Thank you. Thank you.